together to really make a difference.
Does anyone else have anything to add? And so what Brian said kind of speaks to this next point that we're going to make about the fact that we have this new idea of a just transition that is not just at all. In order for the just transition to be just, to deliver justice, to render the wrongs of environmental racism, in order for us to advance climate justice efforts, these processes and principles must place Indigenous peoples at the center of the transition. Advance the reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. Use the knowledge that is there, that has been telling you the same thing for decades. Must address the economic, social, cultural, and environmental impacts of a transition to a low-carbon economy while supporting workers and communities that are affected by the transition. We should be able to access decent work that advances this low-carbon and sustainable economy, and it must advance social and ecological well-being for current and future generations. There are positive examples that we can look to as we work to develop ACFN-specific JT and climate change strategies, places like Scotland and Spain. Next slide, please. And so what we've seen on our side is a push to limit the scope of just transition to being simply about jobs. And I'll let the manager of government relations talk about those discussions that we're having.
Thanks, KG. That's not an
My
easy
manager.
one. Yeah, we've been. This experience coming to COP28 has been incredible for ACFN. As we embark on looking at developing our own climate change and just transition strategy and plans, we're looking to other nations that are blazing that path and taking the learnings and using it. So in some of the conversations we've had, I just looked at a proposal, a submission that we put in for Bill C-50, which is the Sustainable Jobs Act. And like KG pointed out, there really is a very different understanding, I'm going to say, from different sectors on what just transition means. And it's really important that Indigenous peoples and our nations and our Métis communities, like across the world, interject ourselves into that process and say it's not just about jobs. Jobs is important. We recognize that. The economics is important. But there is so much more than that. We need to consider our treaty rights. We need to consider our lifeways. We need to consider our self-determination, our sovereignty, the way that we see just transition happening. And like KG said, this hasn't yet happened in Canada. We're in a place where it is still very challenging to talk about just transition. There are sensitivities around what just transition means. And I think there are a lot of misconceptions. There's this idea that just transition means the end of jobs in a heavy carbon environment, and that's not necessarily the case. We can do those things together. So again, just to highlight, right, it is highly complex. There are a lot of political pieces moving. There are a lot of knowledge pieces moving, but we are poised, we are ready as a nation to kind of take that on and move it on. So again, you have ideas, you have resources, come talk to us. We'd like to learn from you. We'd like to provide information and see where it goes.
Yes, yes. And yeah, just on a final point, labor rights and the fight to protect workers is not separate from climate justice and from pursuing righting the wrongs that have happened through a historical exclusion of Indigenous voices. Next slide. And so here at COP28, we can't really wrap up this conversation, especially coming from where we're coming from, without bringing in the latest and greatest technology that's being touted out as the ultimate solution to reaching net zero emissions. My colleagues will discuss what we're experiencing with the greenwashing efforts of carbon-intensive industries.
I can only really speak from my own experience, and within our region, what's happened is companies have banded together to form an alliance on basically this carbon capture and storage, and they are so ready to roll this out and so ready for this to be the be-all, end-all solution that there has been zero consultation. And our chief has said, this is not necessarily being stored on our land, but why would we want our cousins down south to have this technology and have this stored under where they live, under their land, when we have no idea what's going on or what we're doing about it? And that's just not even properly consulting with us on in the beginning of it.
Yeah, and I would add to what Callie is saying about this solution that's being presented is ACFN has made our position clear that it's not that we are against it, but we just need so much more information. Right? Decisions are being made at a breakneck pace without proper consultation, like Callie said, without looking at what other options exist, what analysis went in to decide that this is the pathway. And on top of it, one of our largest concerns, to which we've still not received an answer in almost 2 years, is when we look at carbon capture technologies and the aim to reduce carbon emissions. It's not untrue that this could work. However, it only considers the 20 to 30% of the emissions at the production side. Right? By virtue of oil and gas being oil and gas, 70 to 80% of emissions come from the combustion and use and transportation of oil and gas. So if there is an increase in production, it will result in an increase in emissions at the end of the day. And so our question has been, how are you dealing with the downstream emissions, those that come from the transportation and combustion of oil and gas? And there's no answer. There's no plan that I am aware of at this point to how to answer that question.
Yeah, and I just wanted to add to that too, in terms of the just energy transition and involving the carbon capture of this all. I think it's crazy to have this coming into play as well as industry is continuing to expand. This is happening. They're cutting down carbon, but they're continuing to expand without consultation or listening to elders or our youth. Like, our youth are calling for fossil fuel phase out, but we're continuing to grow and just throwing carbon capture in our faces as a solution. These are false solutions at the end of the day, something to cover it up. And yeah, that's just how I think youth across, not just Indigenous youth, but I think across the world are really fighting for this and fighting for our futures. And we are the leaders, and we should be leading, not just listen to, but leading. And we are really calling for action right now.
Yeah, and I think that that's a great way to kind of bring us to the next slide, which is talking about the future for ACFN. Maybe Janelle, from your perspective, you can tell us what your hopes are as we wrap up, and then we'll take it down the line. Thank you.
Yeah, I think my hopes for ACFN moving forward is, I think like I just said, just being really big leaders here and being listened to. I think we have held out for so long, and we are going to continue to do so down the line, and continue to protect our land and be leaders in this, and let the world know that we're done with being pushed around and poisoned and abused, and no longer. And I really I hope my future is bright. I'm able to bring children into my life and be able to bring them on the land and teach them a way of our ancestors.
My hope,
Cal? Yeah.
my hope is that everybody would include Indigenous people in whatever solutions they're coming up with, and this will bring up more legitimate adaptation processes and also work towards mitigating further climate change in our community. That is my earnest heart desire.
Amazing.
From my perspective, I'm going to speak a little bit to the kind of government relations role that I have. I kind of live in that world in working with the settler governments. And I think what I would really like to see is more of an understanding and an openness from government to the fundamental differences in perspective and values that Indigenous communities hold. And when we approach the table that way, it allows for a more conducive and more constructive conversation between the different parties to reach those differences and find those differences. Because too many times in these processes, in these meetings, and I give government a hard time sometimes, it's a matter of sequencing. Why are you coming to talk to us about this now when 80% of the decisions and the pathway has already been established? The sequencing needs to be, we're talked at the 2% mark, right? So as soon as that idea starts to formulate and you know that there could be any sort of potential impact to treaty rights inherent Aboriginal rights, come talk to us. We can help co-develop what that looks like in a way that gets our buy-in too. Indigenous communities in Canada have power. We can hold up processes and make things quite challenging for industrial development and for even policy development and legislative development. So come talk to us. We have a lot to share. We want to share. We want to work in good faith. We want to move forward with Canada. We want to move forward with Alberta. We want to move forward with our industrial partners. But talk to us, include us. And so that would be my hope. That's what I want to see. Love to see that. And yeah, that's what I would add. Thank you.
Callie, you want to wrap it up?
Sure. I don't
Your
know.
future for ACFN, what do you see? What's
Well,
the vision?
Yeah, I think what I see for ACFN and what I hope is that we have the youth come up understanding the process, how we got to where we are today, and how long it's taken us dealing with the pressure of the oil sands industry in our backyard, and understanding that they have a job to do. They have a job to protect the land. Otherwise, they're not going to be doing what their aunties and uncles and their grandparents have been doing for years, and they're not going to be able to experience that anymore. And I really think and I know that we can build that capacity and build that mentality of we need to keep this land, and we're going to have more people to want to do that and join us within the nation, ACFN, and we'll build the capacity within our offices and have ACFN members at the forefront and places like this. And being a COP, we have 3 ACFN members of a small nation of 1,400. I don't know what the math is. I'm not a math gal, but that's a lot.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Yes, yeah. Thank you guys for listening. Sorry we ran over 5 minutes for the next presentation. Apologies. The future for me is sovereignty on their land. Land back, ownership over resources, and benefiting for the community in ways that are affirming of the long-term fight for self-determination for ACFN. Thank you, and good night.
Merci, Cho.
They're just in the washroom, so like they took a stop on the way here. Hey everyone. We're gonna get started in a couple of minutes or so. They're just we're waiting, but we are going to have a speaker in French. So if you want to pick up your headsets at the back, that would be really great. Normally we ask you to just share your badge. Yeah, and we have roving mics. Yeah, cool. Yeah, just connais the medicine line? C'est entre le Canada et US. Il dit que c'est la medicine line. There we go. Okay, there's Lily, but we're still waiting. So we'll get settled in a minute or so, and then we'll get going. Yeah, no, I'm gonna be sweating back at it. All right, folks, we'll get settled, but again, I'm just gonna say that one of our panelists is gonna speak in French, so if you wanna grab your headsets, they're just at the back corner there. No, c'est... Yeah, exactly.
No, you're not going to get arrested.
Le changement climatique. Ah bon? Don't worry, I'm just gonna be like leaking. Yeah. There we go.
I'll put our elder in here.
Well, Lorraine, do you want to open up here? Or do you want to open there? Okay, perfect. Welcome everybody. We'll invite you to take your seats. Thankfully, we're feeling it slightly cool down. As you can see, this sort of weather is not my ideal temperature, but we'll manage. So we're really excited to share this space. We're calling this event Indigenous Climate Leadership Across the Medicine Line. For those who don't know what the medicine line is, we often reference it as the line between Canada and the U.S. And so this event is a continuation of the partnership between our two organizations, the Assembly of First Nations and the National Congress of American Indians. I'm going to invite our elder, Lorraine Nitro to open us in a good way, and then talk a little bit about what we're trying to do today in the hour that we have. So, Elder Lorraine? No, you're going to go
Okay.
all the way through.
I'll do the prayer now.
Yeah.
Drin Quincy Shalakat Jatnohat ich uenjet height chono jinu. Shori Lorraine Nitro Valji Jat Dubai Gujet in Jeju Konan Kakat Jakut Etagua in Jet height chogo Voljinu. My name is Lorraine Nitro. I am from the Vantatkuchen First Nation. I see Taylor over there. I just acknowledge the first peoples of this land and give thanks that they allow us to do this good work on their traditional territory, and just happy that we're all here together and working towards the future. I'm going to say my prayer in my Kuchin language, and before I do, I will explain to you what I'll be praying for. First of all, I'm going to give thanks to our Agwadat, our Creator, for today. I'll give thanks that we're all here together, and that the dialogue that we're going to have, we're guided with our heart and our soul and our spirit. Our elders always tell us when we're talking about the land, the waters, the animals, that we do that in a good way. And so we'll ask our Guada to guide us. And we'll just acknowledge all the knowledge keepers in our circle today. We'll acknowledge the leaders that are here with us. We'll acknowledge all of our people who are working so hard on our behalf. And just want to acknowledge Graham and all the speakers here with us today. And I'll just give thanks in my language, my Kuchin language. So please stand with me, and I'll say the prayer in Kuchin. Kagwadache kakuti, ju hakurech uinli, juk drin queenzi hachida I enjet height chono jinuk agwadat. Agwadat juk jat Dubai Tenji ju konan kakat jat ni halal jil enjet masi chogo vojinu. Agwadat juk drin jitti atrake nan chu jitti plakji nan kakwandai plak enjet atrake I kujetti tsonakwan inli. Di jin dienji kujet. Queenzy ni hatrake enjet nets oji de kat. Agwada the family nichen digin chugok ognya in hai cho shikagwa that masi cho. Thank you, everyone.
Chimiwich, Lorraine, for always opening us in a good way and grounding us in why we're here and what we're doing. So Anin Bojo, Graham Reed, Nidishnakaz, Otto Nonjaba, Anishinaabe, and Dao. My name is Graham Reed. I grew up in Ottawa. My dad's side is English and Scottish, and my mom's is German and Anishinaabe. And very happy to be a member of the Assembly of First Nations, Secretariat, and supporting the panel here. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to focus on the panelists, and so we're going to focus on basically two real rounds of questions that we'll hear from all five of them, and then we're going to invite Gina Edwards to close us with a song. And so hopefully we'll be able to do that in the next hour or so. And as usual, I have to apologize in advance for moving folks along through the tight timelines that we unfortunately have. And so I want to, instead of introducing the panel, you can tell that the panel is incredible. It's also, as you can tell, all matriarchs. And so it's fun to create these spaces for our women to articulate what climate leadership means and our priorities. And so I'm going to actually invite Chairwoman Melanie Benjamin to open us, just to introduce herself and share what climate leadership means to you. and then we'll come this way from Chairwoman Melanie.
From there or up there?
No, maybe from there. We have roving mics here.
Oh, okay. I see.
Yeah. I think it's just right beside.
Oh, there's a mic here.
Yeah.
Oh, do you have your mic? See it? It might not. Okay, sure. Oh, okay. Just pass it down. Okay, yeah. Okay.
These ones I think are.
Strapped.
Oh yeah.
Buju Anin
Yeah.
Buju Anin Anishinaabe Duke. Mino Gijigat Nungum, Mandaman Indigenous Cause, Melanie Benjamin Indigo. Good afternoon, I'm Melanie Benjamin, and I am from the Mille-Lacs Band of Ojibwe in East Central Minnesota. I am the tribal chairperson for our nation, and I have been in that position since 2000 and have been reelected every 4 years. So I've been honored to be able to hold that position on behalf of my people. Miigwech.
Auk Yuhuch Anjak Hiwishka. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I just want to thank everyone for organizing this and for everyone that's in this room who's contributing so much and making the trip to travel here. To me, Indigenous leadership in this space really means that we embrace our traditions, our foundation, the wisdom and knowledge that goes back centuries, while at the same time we look to the future of generations yet to be born, and we bring that message, that wisdom to the world, because right now the world is desperate for solutions. But we as Native people know that the solutions lie within our communities, within our teachings. We just have to honor that. We have to honor all the teachings, not only for humanity, but all things living. Our elders have taught us the salmon cannot get out of the rivers or the ocean to defend themselves in court and in lawsuits. We have to be the voice and advocates for all things living, all of our relatives in the oceans, in the lakes, in the sky. And so with all of those teachings, to me, that's what Indigenous leadership is.
White Kukwaiatup, Grand Chief Judy Wilson. I'm with the Assembly of First Nations, and I'm from the Secwepemc Nation. We have unceded territory in so-called British Columbia and Canada. And climate leadership actually stems from our natural laws, and it stems through our teachings, our creation of origin. And we are caretakers and stewards of our land. And we cannot actually give up those responsibilities in any shape, way, or form. Even with the colonial government frameworks or legislation, or even the UN Declaration of Rights of Indigenous People, because our inherent rights and title are first and foremost. They're the underlying first. And then the different instruments, if you want to call it the Constitution or whatever, they're just recognizing existing rights. But we have the human rights framework that sits on top of that as well, and the different case law in Canada. But where climate leadership is coming from is our knowledge of the land, as President Sharp said, and our knowledge of the seas, and our knowledge of the water, and in the Arctic as well, the knowledge of the ice and the snow. So from those are our solutions. But are our solutions being put forward in the ways that we need them to? No. So we have to have these international spaces, and we have to have the work that we do in our home territories, in our homelands, to be able to make those changes. I don't think just legislation or even the funds that they're coming through, because the funds that were announced here are private funds. Are we at those tables? We're not at those tables. So we have to fight for space there too and come up with what those solutions are going to be at those tables. So we can't just go through the international mechanisms. There's many layers of stuff we have to do. But our people are doing them. So it's really great to see that, especially the spaces for our youth. And I'm really happy to have our youth here, and Taylor as well, and Marie-Philippe. Our youth are so important, and they have the youth roundtables, and they also have the knowledge holder tables. Oh, and I see Minister Heyman there too. Hi. So I'm also part of the provincial advisory group on climate adaptation in our province too. But if we're not at those tables, how can we offer the discussion and the dialogue and those solutions moving forward? And in our territory, the government created the bands, and they created the tribal councils. So really, we're just going back to what our leadership looks like, and what our inherent governance systems look like, and what we're going to do on the ground to make things move forward in a good way. And we see that through lots of different programs, and we see that happening with the BC federal nature agreement. It's creating some space for us, and we have to lead those spaces. And I had those hard discussions with our ministers, both federally and provincially, that we need to make that tripartite and lead with those spaces. Thank you, Graham. Sorry I took too long.
No, thank you.
Okay. Maybe you will need to put your translation device because I speak in French. Sorry. No, not sorry about it. I didn't choose to speak in French. So ko kasinu mani penup ni tiri kahun nutarkon nuchimban nemesta numenwenden nete uteto misnak asi. Bonjour à tous. Oups, c'est pas assez fort. Ok. Bonjour à tous, mon nom est Marie-Philippe Ménard. Je suis Innu de la communauté de Natashquan, qui se situe au Québec, donc sur la côte nord du Québec. Je suis représentante jeunesse du Québec et du Labrador et aussi je siège sur le conseil jeunesse de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations, d'où le fait que je participe à cette COP pour la première fois. Avec la délégation de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations. J'ai récemment eu la joie et le grand plaisir de découvrir le mouvement des gardiens du territoire, qui est en fait une initiative de protection de l'environnement à l'aide des connaissances et des sagesses traditionnelles, incorporant aussi les techniques occidentales de protection du territoire. Donc, à cet effet, j'ai décidé de prendre le portfolio de l'environnement parce que je pense qu'on a des belles richesses dans nos peuples, puis on a des beaux savoirs. Je pense que c'est un beau cadeau qu'on pourrait faire au monde entier que de les mettre de l'avant. Puis je pense qu'en ce moment, c'est ce que notre mère Terre a surtout de besoin. Donc, merci beaucoup. Chinashka maintenant.
Adrin Quincy Shalakat Shori Lori Nitro Valji Van Tatkuch and Goods at Ichli. Zajuk Drinwa Jat Ichuen Jet Masi Chono Jenu. Vat Zaihen Jetno What's Okani here. My name is Lorraine Nitro. I'm from the Van Tatkuchen First Nation in Old Crow, Yukon. We're the most northern community in the Yukon, inside the Arctic Circle. And in my language, I just said that we're people of the caribou. We rely solely on the land for our way of life. And we're ground zero for climate change. Our esteemed and experts who are our experts out there are our hunters and trappers. And they've been seeing the changes now for 50 some years. And, time is of the essence, not only for me in my age group, but for all future generations. And what we do now, today, is we need to take some serious action. You heard from our esteemed leaders of some of the solutions that's already here. And we do have, we're solutions-oriented people. Our traditional knowledge guides us through our life. My late mother, Mary Nitro, raised me out on the land with 5 sisters. She was a hunter and a trapper. And it's in that spirit that we need to move forward. And especially for our young people. I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother of beautiful grandchildren. And I always say, we advocate I've advocated now for 30 some years for protection of our sacred lands. And I feel sad. And yet I have a lot of hope. I feel sad for those little nieces and nephews that are just born within the last month. in my community. And yet I sit and witness our beautiful, young, and strong leaders of taking us into the future. And I have a lot of hope, and we just got to walk with them and stand with them and guide them and hold them up, because we do have the solutions with. If we look at the climate change situation through a First Nations lens, we're gonna move forward. So masicho, thank you.
Awesome. Chimigwich, everyone, for the thoughtful introduction. We're going to do this one a little bit differently, largely because we have two sets of questions. One set of questions for our AFN delegates is to respond to the launch and release of our national climate strategy. If you're interested on that, we have little flyers for it so you can download. And then we'll look to our colleagues in NCAI to talk a little bit about their policy priorities. I'm going to do a bit more of like a popcorn style this time. So I might just invite Grand Chief Judy just to respond to what does implementation look like for the climate strategy. I'm then going to go to President Sharp. I'll then go to Marie-Philippe, and then I'll go to Chairwoman Benjamin, and then I'll end again with our elders. So Judy, to you.
Cooksham, Graham. Yeah, in our country, the Assembly First Nations, we've been working very hard on our climate strategy. It's been over 4 years, but I was sharing with President Sharp and Chairperson and our AFN this morning that it was really with our knowledge holders. They had AFN knowledge holders gathering in Vancouver, and also some of our AFN knowledge holders a few years before that, but they set the basis for it. They outlined everything that was critical for us on where our Indigenous knowledge is coming from for the solutions of climate crisis. And then from then we built out our strategy and COVID sort of slowed us down a little bit, but we went across the country and we had a lot of input from our right holders, and it was really important to do that because we're very diverse and we're very geographically spread out. We have some communities like our elder Lorraine talked about in the far north, and then we also have some by the seas and the oceans, and we also have some in the mountains and in the prairies, and then further east on the islands there, and in Vancouver, of course, too. So the strategy is quite diverse, but it's really laid out really well with some case studies and some key priorities in some of those areas. So we felt prepared when we came to the COP18 here to be able to speak about what some of the priorities are for our people. And it's the chiefs in Assembly did a emergency climate resolution that also laid out the different priorities. Because as you know, with the wildfires, we had flooding, we had heat dome. So all of those were catastrophic to our people. And as you heard from our elder Lorraine as well, the hunters and the gatherers and all our people are seeing these effects, and it's impacting the food, it's impacting our water, it's impacting our way of life. And it's also largely the economic fallout as well, because I was on those calls internationally and nationally on the economic fallouts. But you have to have your base, which I think the AFN climate strategy provides that base for us. And we were talking about some of those other areas that we need to look into more. We could build out more with the women's chapters, right, Indigenous and Two-Spirit, and we can build out more as we go. But it provides a really excellent baseline for us in our country to help a lot of our organizations, a lot of our communities, a lot of our nations, and the people to build off that we did with this strategy, and with the youth, because I think that's important. We had it included, but they could build out further from that. We actually talked about some exciting stuff, how we could bring those strategies together throughout North America, and I think those will be some of the exciting developments we're talking about, because this all can't be just United Nations driven. This, I know we did a lot of important work the last few days over at the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on climate change, but in our different regions, there's lots more work we can take home and, build out what we're going to do right from the grassroots straight to, the government levels and then to our nations and our communities. Because climate change is not going anywhere. It's actually increasing exponentially, and they already went past the 1.5 already. So that's the craziest thing, and that's what we're supposed to hold the bar to, and it's already exceeded twice. So we know we have to do a lot more work in those areas. Did I miss anything, Greg?
No,
Okay.
that's great. Yeah, Chimigwich, and maybe we'll continue to President Sharp, and we'll ask, could you just update on NCAI's policy priorities related to the climate crisis?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you again. At the National Congress of American Indians, for the last few years, we've been focused on securing resources. So in the United States, this last year was the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act. And as epic as that was, $500 million, you divide that among 580 tribes, it's less than $1 million. In my village alone, we have to move 2 of our villages to higher ground because of sea level rise. It's $200 million. And we've done all we can at a state level to price carbon. We passed the first carbon pricing initiative, and that's still woefully inadequate. And so we are focused. We launched at our annual convention here just a week before last, a foundation that's going to be targeting public-private investments. And we know there's a lot of NGOs all over. They use our images, they go out and they get funding, but then they sometimes, a lot of times, undermine our interests. And so there's a massive scale of investment that is being circulated around the world, but we aren't receiving it, and our values aren't driving it. And so we're after creating public-private partnerships with the foundation, and certainly with partnership with AFN. Those are some pretty exciting initiatives. Beyond that, we look at foundationally policies like free, prior, and informed consent. We had a conversation this morning with President Macron, and that was our point we wanted to convey. We said since 1948, 40 million Indigenous peoples have been dispossessed of their lands. 12 million have been murdered. And there's not one investigation or dispute resolution mechanism to redress that. At the same time, going forward, in this very moment, we have Indigenous peoples risking their very life to protect that which is sacred. And we often say we have just one prayer, and that's to live as a creator intended on the lands gifted to our ancestors when time began. And so we fiercely defend that. We want to hold those who are responsible for destroying our lands, killing our people, accountable, but going forward, making sure every country in the world understands and recognizes when it comes to our land and territory, we must have a decisive say, and we must have free, prior, and informed consent. So foundationally, from a human rights perspective, but also just as we are taught, because we have to gift our future generations. And we're also building up the next generation of leaders with our youth commission. And so we agree wholeheartedly that we have to have a seamless transition of leadership from our generation to the next. So that's what's up at NCAI.
And what a perfect transition to our young leader at the table. So we'll invite Marie-Philippe to respond to the climate strategy as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Lazy?
You ready?
Implementation of the climate strategy and what's important.
Je vais parler de ma perspective jeunesse. Là. Je dirais que pour moi, une des stratégies les plus importantes de la lunette climatique, de la stratégie en fait de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations, c'est l'inclusion des savoirs et des sagesses des Premières Nations dans les actions climatiques, ainsi que l'inclusion des jeunes. Pour moi, tout se fait dans un tout. Là, je suis désolée, je suis un peu fatiguée, j'ai pas. Donc oui, l'inclusion des jeunes, en fait, j'ai eu la chance de coordonner un programme jeunesse en sensibilisation environnementale avec des jeunes de ma province, de partout. Il y avait des Cris, des Inuits, des Wolastoqey, des Kanen-Guéraga. Une chose que j'ai remarqué avec les jeunes, c'est que les enjeux climatiques sont vraiment techniques, sont peu vulgarisés, puis ils ont de la misère à s'approprier les enjeux, mais quand on leur pose vraiment des questions sincères sur assez simple, s'ils ont remarqué des changements dans l'accès à leur nourriture traditionnelle, si ils ont remarqué des changements avec les eaux qui sont situées près de leur communauté, ben là, les réponses fusionnent. Donc, vraiment, puis ce que j'ai remarqué aussi, c'est que les jeunes, puis je voudrais te passer un message directement, Lorraine. puisque tu es l'aîné qui m'accompagne. Le message que les jeunes m'ont transmis puis que je porte aussi en moi, c'est qu'on ne va pas abandonner. Puis je veux juste dire aux aînés aussi que je veux juste vous rassurer en disant qu'on est là puis qu'on va se lever. Puis qu'on va, avec du courage, avec de la force et de l'audace, on va se retrousser les manches puis on est prêt à le faire. Il faut juste nous donner les opportunités puis les outils pour le faire. Donc, une des forces, je crois, de la stratégie nationale, en fait, de l'Assemblée des Premières Nations, c'est vraiment l'inclusion d'une manière sécuritaire des jeunes. Et incluant les aînés aussi. Donc, comme ça vient vraiment faire un beau partage, en fait, intergénérationnel. Puis je pense que ça vient vraiment guérir une certaine blessure aussi territoriale qu'on a, nous, les jeunes, à avoir un peu moins accès à notre culture, à voir nos aînés de plus en plus partir. Donc, je pense, comme les leaders femmes, à le mentionner, présentes près de moi l'ont mentionné, c'est important d'agir vite. On le sait, on vit beaucoup d'éco-anxiété, mais on est là, puis on est vraiment prêt à le faire. Puis moi, j'arrive avec un beau message d'espoir parce que les jeunes du Québec, les jeunes du Canada et les jeunes de Turtle Island au complet, on est là, puis on est prêt. Donc, voilà. Merci.
Let's go back to Chairwoman Melanie, and just if you could share any related priorities for the Mille Lacs Band.
I just want to start out by saying thank you very much for that message. And as you hear that, you know that when we have young people that are so engaged and want to be a part of the solution, that our world is going to be better. And we will have those solutions that protect us for the next 7 generations. Miigwech. And for the Mille Lacs Band of Ojibwe, we are in east central Minnesota, and we live on the shores of one of the biggest lakes in the state of Minnesota called the Mille Lacs Lake. And back in the day, they really tried to displace us and send us to a reservation called White Earth. And we call ourselves the non-removables because our forefathers would not move. And we were also told that the Creator sent us to this place, and they asked, where we were traveling, when you find the food that grows on the water, that is where your home is to be. And so that's our manuman, our wild rice, and it's our sacred food. And we need that to sustain ourselves, to perform our ceremonies, and it's a way of life. And with this climate change, what we're noticing is that we don't have as many of the big crops that we need for that. We also are noticing that some of the trees that sustain us, the plants, the animals, they are moving north. They're starting to move away because of that. And so that will have a profound negative impact on our community. And we see as we are in dire straits to make sure that we stop that from happening and follow our ways. And again, thank you for everyone that talked about our ancestor knowledge. And we are the keepers of that. And we need to understand it and share it to our next generations, because we really do have some inspiring and very good young people that are going to be there to take care of us. And I'm a great-grandmother, so I think about my little great-grandson. His name is Mijakwad, and I always wonder what kind of world will he have if we don't come up with these solutions today. Miigwech.
Miigwech. And we'll go to Elder Lorraine to share any reflections about the climate strategy.
Masi Cho, and thank you all for your wonderful words and strength in our circle today. I just wanted to show the bigger booklet that we have of the national strategy. And, you know, when I first saw this booklet, I was sitting at a Yukon Chiefs Summit, and Graham did a presentation to the Yukon Chiefs on the national strategy. And it just brought me to tears as I was sitting there in that circle, because it's so very important. You know, about time we have something in print with our name on it and with our, you know, with hopes of moving forward. And that's what that means to me, because I serve at the National Environment Table, and I've been there for over 5 years now. And this is the product of some of that work. Sometimes we, you know, serve and serve and serve, and, you know, at the end of the day, we just continue being of service to our people. And so when you have a product and you get to see it in writing and share it with everyone, that hope and that pride that was instilled in us by our ancestors and the foundation of where we come from is always there. But sometimes this road is lonely, you know, of advocating and constantly educating people about who we are, what's important to us. And yet, you know, I was asked that question before I came here. I advocated, like I said earlier, for 25 years or more to protect our sacred lands. And one of the news reporters asked me, why am I going to Dubai? What is going to happen there? And you know, as mothers and grandmothers and matriarchs and leaders of our First Nations people, it's my responsibility to bring my voice to any venue. I was directed by my esteemed elders to bring my voice. And I do that without question. Yeah, I'm tired. I still have to adjust to, you know, 9-hour time change and took a 12-hour flight here. But that's what we do. Because it's not about us. It's about, not even about my little babies, my little baby nephews and nieces. Now it's about their grandchildren and great-grandchildren. And that's what we do as First Nations people in our worlds. And we get that strength from all those who walk before us. So masicho.
Awesome. Miigwech, Elder, and Miigwech for all of the responses. Our last question of the panel part of this, and then we're going to go to the crowd for any questions, is what are your key messages for those attending COP? And I saw Minister Heyman was there, so maybe one target is those provincial or federal or international leaders. When you're sitting across the table, what are you telling them? Why are you here? So maybe let's start with Grand Chief Judy again, and we'll go all the way out. I like the symbolism of the ripple that we're coming out. So, Grand Chief.
Yeah, I think some of our key priorities have been identified, and we build on them every year at the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on climate change. But we also have our strategic ones that we identified in our strategic plan. But the messages are very clear that we have to be participating, we have to be at the tables, we have to be driving these processes, because if we're not driving them, then we're not making the key decisions. Key decisions on loss and damage, key decisions on the adaptation, because we had a federal program rolling out on adaptation, but I really pressed both the federal and provincial ministers that it had to be tripartite. That's how the federal provincial tripartite nature agreement came out. I don't really, the name nature agreement doesn't really truly reflect everything, but we make it our own when we're making those decisions. And I think there's a lot in all of those areas that we need to be conversing with them, and for them to make time for us to meet with us. They flew all the way over here, and we flew all the way over here, and then we meet with them to drive those key points. with the loss and damage, they already were rolling that out, and it's already rolled out. But again, it doesn't make all the references to Indigenous people, and doesn't really truly reflect us. And same with that private fund that's rolling out too. It's again without us. So we really have to keep pressing on our state governments. What partnership means, what it means to be at the table, and we have to have the wording for them to be able to how to be inclusive. We did meet with the ambassador. We are going to be meeting with Minister Legault, and we just keep pressing the state parties. Also, we were looking at other state governments moving forward to the next COPs as well. So we'd be strategically meeting with other state parties to say, where we're coming from and underscoring the need for that. But the biggest thing is they're not hearing us if they're not meeting with us directly. And like President Sharp said, who are they meeting with? Sometimes they're saying they represent Indigenous people, but they're not even, we don't even know them, right? And they're, because I know, I don't know if I'm sharing too much, Graham, but I know, King Charles met with a group, and they were talking about the wildfires in the north, and we're lucky we had one representative, but we didn't know she was a last-minute invite. And then they were talking about the wildfires, and then people are saying they represent us, but we don't even know them in our country, and they haven't even talked to us. So money rolling out from the King would be great for those impacted by wildfires, but we just need to make sure that they're actually talking to the right people. And we have to create those spaces and let people know. So there's a lot we have to talk about, but they have to make the time and space for us. It can't be just the state governments talking to each other and coming up with solutions, because then they end up, as you know, not very good solutions for us, because they end up impacting us more. So I'm not sure if that's what you're kind of looking for. Okay.
That's great. Yeah, really good. President Sharp.
Yes, thank you. A lot of our key messages are the same. I think the first one is our first one, and that is we have to have representation. We have to have multiple points of entry to drive and influence policy, not only in this venue, but in a wide range of international forum, because we occupy a very special place, and it's only Indigenous peoples that occupy the place where we have such a rich inheritance. And I've often said people look at us as weak and vulnerable because we are on the front lines, but to the contrary, we're strong, we're resilient, we carry multi-generations of knowledge and wisdom, and what we hold is indispensable to the future of the planet and humanity. So we have to be in these places, and so that's the first and foremost key message. And then the other point, too, about accessing resources, we have to create a direct path from global scale investment directly to our communities where they could get behind our vision for what we see, as opposed to using our resources, using our people, exploiting things under the guise of serving the interests of Indigenous peoples when they're actually acting to undermine our interests. And so that's another important message. And I think third and finally is just to reinforce that next generation of leadership. A 15-year-old kid today, 10 years, going to be 25, and we're not going to live to see the full implementation of all these strategies. It's going to be that next generation and the generations beyond that implement and execute. And so we have to, and every time I hear our young people speak, I can't help but think our future is in good hands, as well as all the other beautiful comments that have been made about future generations. And so that's our teaching. And fourth and finally, I think the message that I would convey is we know that there's a spiritual dimension to what we're confronting. We're not going to buy our way out, regulate our way out, or innovate our way out of this. There's a spiritual weakness and disconnect in this world. And until people come to understand that we have a spiritual place, a spiritual connection, they're not going to hear the messages. They're not going to hear the messages of leaders that have gone before. They're not going to hear the message of the dreams of those yet to be born. They're not going to hear the messages of all of our relatives, of all things living. And so it's important for every single person of this generation to be good spiritually, to be open, and to be ready to receive those instructions, because we're not going to get out of this in any other way but being spiritually right, individually and collectively. And so that would be our fourth message.
Miigwech, Marie-Philippe.
Aïe, 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 c'est dur. OK, je vais vous donner le temps. je pense que les leaders ont parlé, là. C'était les messages que j'ai apportés sont sensiblement les mêmes, en fait. Dans ma langue, l'Inu Aïmoun, on a 7 mots différents pour parler du vent, dépendamment de la température, dépendamment de la direction. Puis, je peux pas m'empêcher de penser à tous ces savoirs, comme tu l'as mentionné, à tous ces savoirs qui ont été accumulés, pas durant 7 ans, le temps d'un doctorat, durant des milliers d'années, qui se sont transférés de génération en génération. Nos peuples des Premières Nations, ce sont des gens très techniques. C'est des gens qui ont accumulé de l'expérience des savoirs, mais qui ont aussi, comme tu l'as aussi mentionné, développé une belle spiritualité liée au territoire. Dernièrement, il y a un aîné qui m'a mentionné que ce qu'on vivait au Québec avec les inondations, avec les feux de forêt, avec les pertes de caribous, ben, c'était finalement un déséquilibre avec le milieu spirituel. Puis qu'en ce moment, les gens, dans le monde des esprits, ils peuvent plus. Ils n'ont plus cette force-là de rééquilibrer. Puis maintenant, on dit en anglais « ground zero ». On est là aussi dans le milieu spirituel. On est là aussi dans le milieu, dans la vision un peu plus occidentale. Je pense qu'on le vit partout. Puis il faut faire de la place aux connaissances et aux sagesses traditionnelles. C'est des millénaires de connaissances accumulées sur le territoire. Je pense que ça en dit vraiment long sur la sagesse, sur les lois, nos lois traditionnelles aussi qu'on doit continuer de porter. Puis c'est peut-être le plus beau des cadeaux qu'on peut offrir au monde entier. Mon arrière-grand-père était un joueur de Tehuelcan, qui est comme notre tambour traditionnel avec lequel on se connecte au milieu spirituel. Et il s'appelait Pierre Toby, de son nom occidental, Pien Tapi. Il a vu vraiment loin dans l'avenir. Il a eu des visions. Puis il a vu que ça irait pas bien, donc un peu la période dans laquelle on vit. Ma mère me racontait ces histoires-là, puis quand elle me racontait, j'avais peur. Je me disais « Oh, maman, j'espère que c'est dans des milliers d'années, puis que c'est vraiment loin. » Puis là, maintenant, j'ai 28 ans. Non, j'ai 29 ans. Je viens d'avoir 29 ans. Puis je me rends compte que c'est peut-être dans ma génération qu'on est en train de vivre les choses que mon arrière-grand-père a vues. Puis mon arrière-grand-père, ben, il a aussi vu qu'il allait y avoir des gens qui allaient se lever, puis qui allaient protéger et nettoyer notre mère Terre. Puis je pense que ces gens-là, ça va être nous, les premiers peuples. Donc, le message que j'aurais apporté aux gens de la COP, c'est de nous faire une belle place. Parce que c'est tout le monde ensemble qu'on va pouvoir réussir à protéger nos peuples. Pas juste pour 50 ans, là, pour les 7 prochaines générations. Donc, merci beaucoup.
Awesome. Excellent. Chairwoman Melanie?
It's really hard to contribute to all these eloquent speakers and the messages they have delivered for us. And I think our teachings tell us, for us, as Anishinaabe, we are placed on this earth, and with that comes responsibility. And that is to take care of the earth, and that's each other and all the natural plants and the animals. And the message I think that is very important is that we really have to prepare our youth to assume this responsibility. It's a very huge responsibility, but it is each of ours. And how important that is to make sure that we provide the tools for them and the guidance and the support that is needed as we're moving forward. And I just want to say miigwech, chi miigwech to all of the speakers, and Lorraine for doing that beginning statement on our behalf. And we are still very blessed that we have people that can speak and send those messages to the Creator on our behalf. And we all know that we're very resilient, we're strong. We have our languages that have all the solutions in those languages. We just have to ensure we know that, understand it, and so we can implement and prepare for the future. Miigwech.
Miigwech.
Masicho, everyone. As everybody was sharing, you know, I was thinking about growing up out on the land. And that whole concept is still hold true today. Each one of us, we have a homeland. We have a traditional territory. And our spiritual connection, as was mentioned, to our homelands it's in our blood until the day we leave this earth. And we each know what our silent laws are as First Nations people. We were taught by our grandmothers and our grandfathers, our mothers and fathers, to be caretakers of our lands, to be stewards of our lands. You know, I did say that we were caribou people. There's times when the caribou never came to our community for over 5 years. You know, we talk about adaptation. How do we adapt to not having our traditional food on our plate? How do we adapt to that when our traditional hunting camps drained and there's nothing left there? When there's generation after generation after generation of family that have lived there, the stories, the memories. So I have a lot of hope and prayers like our ancestors and our esteemed knowledge keepers teach us how to move forward. And always they tell us, don't lose hope. And that's why we're here today, is presenting that hope with our young people. We come from, you know, a history in Canada that's not great. And yet we're still sitting here walking, talking with our different levels of government. We still hold out our hand to shake your hand and say we'll continue to walk with you. And again, because it's not about us. We've lived. It's about all those yet to be born. So masicho.
Wow. Yeah. Miigwech Elder. We have about 5 minutes, and I think I'd like to maybe invite Gina to close on that point. And so Gina, I wonder if you're available to sing here. I'm gonna close this and then invite you to join up here.
We'll be around for questions. Anybody sees us, they can talk to us directly. I think we have some good discussions we need to have. But I just want to have you think about and pray for our Secwepemc Territory lands. Trans Mountain Federal Pipeline owned is going through our sacred territory right now, plowing their new twinning of their pipeline through Pipsel, which is our creation of origin story our elder said I could speak about it, and our elders are organizing to protect our land as the government-owned pipeline is plowing through our territorial site. It's a story about our trout people, how our Sequepin people came to be about. So as Gina sings, I invite you to pray for our Sequepin homelands that are being destroyed, our sacred site. Thank you.
Kaswa'au and Squatchichanithi Ama. After hearing this beautiful panel, I'm going to sing the Anishinaabe New Beginning song in honor of the future generations and our youth who's on this panel, because that's who we're here for, is the next 7 generations. So this is the New Beginning song.
Thank you, everyone. Chimigwech. Yeah, I'm great.
Hello, can everyone hear me okay? All right, thank you. I think we're ready to begin. My name is Chief Bill Erasmus. I am a member of the Dene Nation, Treaty 8, Yellowknife's Dene, and I'm here with Chief Gary Harrison from Alaska. We're also called Athabascans, and today we want to talk about the wildfires that have been happening in the Arctic or in the north, and actually they're happening, as you know, all over the world. So we want to share our experience with you. We have a PowerPoint presentation that we put together. We had a young lady, Amba, from Australia, and she should be here soon. We want to thank her for helping us put that together, because technically wise, we're not quite as able to do that. As I said, we are Dene, and if you look at the map, the blue part up on top, the northern Dene or Athabascans, and then the southern part, our people go right down to Mexico. And I just noticed a young lady who just came in. She's Apache. She's also Dene. Just put your hand up. Yes. So we are Northern Dene. She is Southern Dene. So we welcome you. In our language, when we say hello, we say Dante. And I know her language is very similar. The Navajo people 3,000 miles away say Yat-e. They use a Y where we have a D. So same language, different dialect. Alphabet's a little bit different. So next slide, please. So I'm going to focus on my part of the world in the Northwest Territories. If you know Canada, directly north from Edmonton. So our people are right up to the Arctic Ocean. What is happening is that fire season used to be predictable. Fires would start maybe end of June and end early August. Now they're starting well before that, and the fires are still going in November. So it's happening because of droughts. It's happening because we're not able to, our Dene way of managing the land is not supported. We have prescribed burning. We have traditional ways of taking care of the land, and that was outlawed for many years. So what is happening is we're having fires. These are scenes of, we'll show you some of the scenes up north this summer. This started to happen in July, and people had to evacuate. Next slide. We had 15 communities that had to evacuate. 70% of the population of the Northwest Territories had to leave, and they had to go south, as far away as Winnipeg, which is 2,700 kilometers. People either flew or they drove. And these are photographs showing you that people are on the highway. So they had to decide whether they would drive or whether they would fly. And they were given notice on a Wednesday evening that evacuation would happen, and you had to evacuate by Friday noon. So you had a very little time frame. And so this is these are photographs of that. Next slide. Driving along the highway, going south, these are some of the scenes. Lots of smoke, burning on both sides of the highway. Next slide. As they were driving on the highway, you'll notice here that the road was blocked because one of the communities was basically being destroyed. In this community on the right-hand side, it's called Enterprise. It's close to the community of Hay River. it was almost completely destroyed, and you show here that one of the children is looking at their remains afterwards. And so it was very dangerous. We're lucky no one lost their lives. Some of our communities had to evacuate twice this summer. Some also had to evacuate last summer because of flooding. So we have two communities that evacuated 3 times within 15 months. Unprecedented. Next slide. Smoke was really intoxicating. In the Yellowknife area, there was constant smoke for about 900 hours, which is over a month. And they're doing more and more studies now. I always say it wrong. I think they're called particulates. I always want to say particulars. Particulates, they're fine. It's like fine residue that comes from the burning of the soil, the trees, the muskeg, and so on, which enters into the environment, which people breathe. They get into your lungs, they damage your lungs, they damage your system. Very toxic, especially for pregnant women, elderly people, children, and so on. So just imagine for over 4 weeks we had this in Yellowknife. Next slide. So again, just illustrating that very difficult to maneuver and to be in a clear state of mind when this is happening. Next slide. People were trying to protect their own homes. They did it however they could. You see different containers of water. The person on the right is one of my brothers. He was able to get a pump and water to protect his home and his property. But at the end of the day, he had to leave. Next slide. So you bring in firefighters. We have a lady here. Just put up your hand, please. She's from Argentina. And they had fires in Argentina also. Canada went in and supported them. You'll notice if you're watching the news, people were coming in from Australia and different parts of the world to assist. These are local firefighters. You'll see in the middle photograph, it's called water bombing, and that's from a helicopter. So all of the different efforts to put out the fires. Next slide. Fires this summer especially were so rampant that they put out a book describing what happened. So that's just to give you an idea. Also, you notice the date, the slide on the right with the fire truck has a fire update in September. Usually the fires are over in September. This was just really still in the middle of it. And that's to illustrate that. Next slide. Around Yellowknife, the city is approximately 22,000 people. Never in our lifetime did we think that we would ever have to evacuate. One, because we're right next to Great Slave Lake, which is one of the biggest lakes in the country. Two, because we don't have a lot of soil. The trees are not big, and there's a lot of rocks, but we had to evacuate because the fires were out of control. So what they started doing, this slide shows that there are fire breaks. They're now starting to build these fire breaks in centers like Yellowknife and other communities. So it protects the community, and it's a breakage for when the fire comes. Next slide. Now, people left to all these destinations in the south. They went to Grand Prairie, they went to High Level, they went to Edmonton, Calgary, Vancouver, Winnipeg, and many other places. And they had to survive in different settings. Some were in, one of my friends called it a refugee camp, where they were sleeping on cots and managing to get by for almost a month. Other people were in hotels. Some people were staying with their friends. They did whatever they could. As First Nations, we couldn't wait around for someone to provide funding, so we funded ourselves. You're being evacuated, you need gas, you're traveling, you need hotel rooms. Our people provided for that. So all of that's in negotiations now to settle that. One of the difficulties we found is that fires and emergency management is under legislation. It's under federal and territorial legislation. So it's generally silent when it comes to First Nations. It doesn't really recognize the role of our nations, our leaders, our treaties that were just mentioned today. And so we have communities like Fort Simpson, for example, of 1,200 people. 900 are Dene, and they follow the chief. The remaining people are non-Dene, and they follow the mayor. The mayor is in charge according to the legislation, and our people don't go to the mayor for guidance. They go to our chief. So this needs to be cleared up. This was really evident when this was taking place, and it's one of the things that we want to address. So this sign, after people were evacuated, they're coming back to Yellowknife. It says "Welcome back," and you can see it's in our different languages and so on. Next slide. Okay, so I'm going now to move on to Chief Gary, but just before that, to let you know that the Dene Nation, which is the nation body, is requesting a public inquiry into the fires so that the people that had to evacuate can speak out. 70% of the population needs to talk about what happened, their lived experience. There are two other reviews, one by the City of Yellowknife, one by the territorial government, but it doesn't include the public. So they're asking for a public inquiry, and they're in the final steps of getting that approved. So thank you. We'll have Chief Gary, and then we'll have the opportunity to have more discussion with people in the audience. Thank you.
Chinan, which is the way we say thank you. This here is a picture of my cousin, and he's doing a traditional burn in the wintertime. This is, Bill talked about that we used to take care of the forest. This is one of the ways we used to do it, is we would burn the excess fuel in the wintertime. When forest fires, we've had forest fires for basically forever. But what would happen was after you burn the heavy fuel off, the forest fire would just come through. But now the forest fires burn right down into the mineral soil, the mineral earth. And this has many different effects. But I also got to say something about my cousin there, because my cousin there was a great man. He was also my mentor. He got polio when he was 19, and he moved to San Francisco and started the handicap movement. And now we've got, San Francisco adopted the handicap, California did, and then the rest of the United States did, and now we even have international handicap rules. He was my mentor, so when I show a slide of him, I can't help but let people know how great a man this was. But it also shows how much one person can do when they're this way. He was confined to a wheelchair. But anyhow, back to this. So when the fire burns down into the mineral soil, it does several things. Number one, when it rains, it washes all of these ashes and all of the soil into the waters, and the fish can't breathe. And you could move the slide, please. The other thing that happens, this is caribou in my backyard, and this is also caribou that has been hunted over in Canada. The caribou, it burns up their food because it used to burn over the top, and the lichen wouldn't be affected as much as it is now. And so it burns up the food for the caribou. It also burns up the food for the moose. Next slide, please. And it also burns up food for the other animals, also like the muskox there. And this is 2 moose in my yard as well. And one of the good things that is after a fire burns, that normally if it doesn't burn right down into the ground, it makes browse for the moose. So the moose then have more food. But now it not only burns it down to where that doesn't happen, but also it kills all of the animals that's in its way. A lot of people, we didn't have any slides here of all of the dead animals that died during all of these fires, because it's not just us humans that are affected, but it also affects all the animals. And these animals are part of our food chain, part of our food security, part of our food sovereignty. So these fires affect almost every aspect of our lives besides burning down our homes. Next slide, please. And this is porcupine. The porcupine climb trees, and they eat the bark and other things off the trees. So if the trees are all burned and there's no bark, no leaves, they starve. The sheep, they come down from the mountains and down in the wintertime because their forage is a little too deep up there in the mountains. So they come down, and in the springtime, this is a springtime shot of the sheep that's in my area. It's not in my yard, but it's next to my yard. Because I live in the mountains, and I got one of them here. So, but it affects them as well, because a lot of people might think, well, they just live in the mountains, and there's not much fire there. Well, actually, the fire has been burning in the mountains. It's been burning the tundra in the mountains. So it's also affecting even the animals in the mountains. We don't have any pictures of some of the marmots and stuff that live in the tundra too, but it affects them as well. Another slide, please. And this is some of the fish. And next slide. And this is king salmon on the right, and it's smoked fish on the, or king salmon on the left, smoked salmon on the right. And the other thing about the fish is that the trees that aren't there, it used to keep the water cool. So right now what's happening is the waters are heating up, and the small fry that still are around can't live in those waters because it's too hot for them. Salmon are a cold water fish. Trout are salmonoid. They're a cold water fish. So a lot of the fish now cannot survive. And this is also being exacerbated by the climate change that's happening in the ocean that a lot of people don't understand. And some of our traditional knowledge holders do understand that, and they've been talking about what's happening not only in the ocean, but what's happening on the land. Because also the other thing happening on the land with climate change is the tree lines are moving. And it's affecting where the animals move. It's affecting where the fish come back, because the fish are coming back further and further north because they have to get colder water. Next slide. And this is some more salmon smoking. This is some of the salmon in my yard on the left. It's some salmon smoking in Canada on the right. So it also shows our people had very similar ways of taking care of our food and our food sovereignty. The salmon, you had to dry it hard in the summertime so that it would last. If you didn't dry it hard, it would then start molding as it went further into the year and before it froze. So you had to dry your fish hard. So most of the time when we did fish for salmon, it was in the beginning and the middle of summer, because during the end of summer is when the rainy seasons generally show up. But you can't predict the weather as much as you can then. So that's when we would basically catch our fish and dry them. And nowadays we also jar them or can them, which is pressure cooked in a jar. And it's nice to put like a 2-day smoke on them before you jar them. Brings out the flavor in them. Next slide. That's it? Okay. So these are many of the effects that happens, and it affects all of our food sovereignty, not only from the animals, because as you see, the moose in the wintertime, we would shoot moose either in the middle of summer because we could dry the meat, or we would shoot them in the middle of winter where we could freeze the meat. So right now, the way that they hunt is wrong. They hunt them during the rut season, which is the rainy season as well. And to us, that's wrong, because you not only can't take care of your meat as well as you should, but a lot of it goes bad if you start hunting there and you don't take care of your meat. It happens anyhow if you don't take care of your meat, but it's easier when it's in the wrong time of the year. That, and they also do this in the rut so that they can take advantage of these moose who are trying to propagate, and they make noises out there like the moose and call them in. And to me, that's just wrong. But that's me. And I think that I've kind of exhausted some of what I was going to say, but we have some other people in the audience that said if we had a little bit of time left over, we would like to invite them up here. And the first one we would like to invite up is Kadrian from Mayo.
As we continue the discussion, can you just run the slides? Maybe let them 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Just run them so people can see them again. Thank you. Yep. Okay, can you keep the map? Keep the map up, because she's on the map. She's on the map too, and she'll give you an idea where she is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go up to the. Or,
Oh, okay.
show them where you live. And I'm from here, and Chief Gary is from over here.
So, Danki Netsania Uji. My name is Kadrian Hummel. I'm from the traditional territory of the First Nation of Nacho Nyakdun in a small rural community of about 300 people called Mayo, Yukon. Our community was evacuated this summer due to big forest fires. Some of them were over 6,000 hectares. Multiple forest fires that are up to this scale. There's only one main highway that goes to my community. All of our food is transported in, our fuel. And so one of my roles in my community is a youth mentor. And we planned all year to host a canoe trip in one of our ancestral watersheds called the Peel River. We were under the threat of not going on this youth canoe trip, which is really important for our youth to be able to see the land and be able to experience and connect to those ancestral waters. And so the forest fires around NWT, this ancestral river, it crosses over through NWT, Northwest Territories, and it goes through North Yukon. So we flew into the watershed, and the next day my community was evacuated. We had satellite phones on us so we could check in to make sure my mom and dad were okay. And the whole community was being evacuated. The fuel was going down, and as well there's a big mining company in the area that were evacuated first. And so we were out on the land. Before we had flown out, there was another group of canoers that had to be evacuated out because they were wearing COVID masks, and the smoke was just so strong that they couldn't breathe anymore. So we were flown out. We were kind of going back and forth to see if it was safe, because we were at the point where we could no longer get a helicopter or float plane to come in to rescue us on the river because it was just too low. But we were hit by a big rainstorm, a big rain lightning storm, and it was like so vast. It was pretty beautiful. And in the coming 2 days, it was able to put out the forest fires so that we were able to go on our trip. And and before that, we couldn't even see that there was mountains around us, but they were very beautiful, vast, and like just untouched. And yeah, I think that's it. But thank you for the opportunity. Yeah.
Yeah, so just to be clear, her community, they flew the people from Mayo up to Inuvik, and they stayed overnight, I believe, or maybe 2 nights, and then they flew them to Whitehorse, 600-700 miles away, and then they had to stay there in that town or city for a period of time. So it really disrupted their community. We want to hear from Brian from ACFN Fort Chipewyan, which is somewhat a little bit south, and talk about his experience. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. We did a presentation. When we get to the map, eventually, I can run over and point out where our community is located as well. I first just want to thank Chief Bill, Chief Gary for the information before and the opportunity to speak here. So on my side, with the evacuation, we had wildfires as well that really threatened the community of Fort Chipewyan. Fort Chipewyan, as we explained in our previous presentation, is only accessible by road during wintertime when there's 7 water crossings within the delta that freeze over and you can get out. So when the fire started approaching from the north side, which is where our airport was located, it came to within 7 kilometers of the airport, which really threatened the actual critical infrastructure for the evacuation. So it was then decided that we need to get people out. So we started evacuating people. Most people were evacuated by plane. Some were evacuated by boat. So my role throughout the whole kind of evacuation, which lasted from start to finish about a month. Initially, I was located in Fort McMurray, which is about 240 kilometers south of Fort Chipewyan. That's where most of, I would say, our members evacuated to. And principally, I was part of the team that was with the reception centers, with the ESS services, emergency social services kind of side of things, receiving our members, finding hotels for them, making sure that they were well cared for. Callie earlier, my colleague that's right there, she spoke to kind of the mental health aspect of our community members that were evacuated. Some of our members have never ridden buses, right, are unaccustomed to these urban areas. I come from Montreal, which is like a massive city. So Fort McMurray, to me, is already quite small. But for a lot of our members that really are accustomed to a quieter lifestyle, it's a struggle. And so I started with that. Following that, I kind of shifted into relieving one of my colleagues up in Fort Chipewyan. So I flew up. I was deputized as the Deputy Director of Emergency Management for that time period, and then started working towards the re-entry plans on what that looked like. But what I really want to speak to today is something that Chief Bill has asked me to speak a little bit more to, is some of these jurisdictional issues that exist within Canada. So we're located in the province of Alberta, and so we contend with Alberta. That's responsible for Alberta forestry, so the initial kind of fight. Chief Bill mentioned the municipality. We have the same thing in Fort Chipewyan, where we have members that also live with non-members, non-status, non-Indigenous, and they also report or go and seek guidance from the mayor, whereas our members go to the chief. So you've got the municipality, then you've got the federal government as well, which is ultimately responsible for First Nations on reserve. So one of the biggest issues is around capacity, is around money, is around financing. If you are a small community that doesn't have money to float $3 million, $4 million, $10 million to get your community out safely, what are you going to do? There are no accessible funds, and as Chief Bill mentioned, they're currently working on processes to get reimbursement now through AMA, which is Alberta Emergency Management Association. We're doing the same, right, with ACFN. Right now, we're working through getting those funds released. Another thing, too, very quickly, is just our nations. Our authority isn't respected when it comes to emergency management. When you have any sort of an evacuation, we're stuck waiting for the municipality. We're waiting for Alberta Forestry to give us the okay to evacuate or to give us the okay to have a state of local emergency, right? So it's very challenging for us to move. And the biggest thing is anything that you spend money on that isn't within a prescribed period of a state of local emergency cannot be reimbursed. So even if we wanted to say, hey, we know this is coming, we want our members out, that's on our dime, right? And so we have all of these jurisdictional overlaps that really cause barriers and challenges for us in response to emergency management. So lots. Yes, for our municipality, it's the regional municipality of Wood Buffalo. It's the largest municipality in Canada. The park, Wood Buffalo National Park as well. Yeah, that's right. So Wood Buffalo National Park is a whole other part, because when fire goes into that area, then the jurisdiction shifts to the federal government. So that's another layer of complexity in dealing with kind of this emergency management. So very, very complicated. There's lots more I could say, but I just wanted to focus on some of those jurisdictional challenges. Thanks.
Very good. Thank you, Brian. We also had many fires in BC, and I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. Come up and introduce yourself.
We just met, yeah. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Tenshikyo, Drew Stewart, Dishtication. My name is Drew Stewart. I'm a member of the Métis Nation, British Columbia. So British Columbia is south. It's on the coast. Most of you probably know where British Columbia is. I work for the Métis Nation in BC. Traditionally, protocol for Métis are to say what your family names are. So my family names are Mann and Erasmus. I think I'm probably related to you. I just looked at we're probably related. We got to figure that out anyway. So I work for the Métis Nation. In BC, there's 24,000 citizens, and there's about 200 staff, and I work on the files of climate change and emergency management. When the fires happened up north and the evacuation started to happen, one thing you need to realize is it's hard to evacuate some people. So if people are in long-term care, acute care, pediatrics. So these people were put on army planes and they were sent south. A lot of them ended up in Vancouver, and I sort of wanted to bring up that a really important part of this thing is relationship building. So I've built up relations with the people who do emergency management at provincial government level. And so in one particular health authority, and that's where most of these individuals came in. So it was a nice wake-up call for me because I was able to track Métis individuals as they came from the Northwest Territories, and I knew where they were. I knew which hospitals they were in, and so I'd just like to say, like, that relationship building is really important. Another thing is job titles are important. So in this case, in this health authority, there was liaisons, Indigenous liaison managers. So they had the specific job to track down First Nations, Inuit, Métis, and they were supposed to be there. Like they're supposed to put that information out to the nations and tell them that where their people were. And it makes a lot of sense, right? Like if you were evacuated or you were in any sort of trouble, who would you want? You'd want your family there, you'd want your kin there, you'd want your nation there, you'd want your Indigenous government there. So I just wanted to point out that that's a really important part of it. Like job titles matter, and if you have people that are specifically in charge of that, it makes a big difference in emergency situations. And then speaking a little bit to this jurisdictional thing, I just want to say that UN agreements matter, and in the BC context, UNDRIP was put in as part of an integral part, along with the Sendai framework, to new emergency management legislation in BC that was just tabled in October. And so this means that First Nations and Métis are integrated into the system, and so that these jurisdictional issues you're talking to, at least the conversation has started, and there's a process for where these things don't have to happen, whether it's money, whether it's losing people, whether it's outside of time, all these sorts of things. Yeah. So, anyways, international agreements matter, job titles matter, relationships matter. There you go.
Thank you very much. There's a phone up here. Not sure. Oh, okay. It's from Mayo. Okay, so we have the young lady, and I don't remember her name. It's a little different name. It's a really nice name. Can you come up, please, and talk about the experience? She's from Argentina, and there's some relationship with Northern Canada, so she can explain.
Thank you. Verena.
Verena.
Like Verona.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Verena. I'm actually German, but living in Argentina for 14 years. And I am the executive director for Manos Verdes Foundation. It's a foundation for environmental awareness building and education. And we're working basically also on circular economy and waste management. So in last year, in January, February 2022, Argentina and Corrientes, the province we work with, they suffered really a very dry season because of La Niña, el efecto de La Niña, which is like causing that normally the province is underwater with the wetlands between 40 to 60% underwater. It was only in between 5 to 8% underwater. So the whole lagoons, the wetlands, they were dry. And the main cause of the big fire, which was generated due to high temperatures, more than 40 degrees Celsius, and no rains, actually caused the loss of more than 1 million hectare natural land. So natural land means wetlands, and especially more than half of this 1 million hectare is the national park of Iberá. And Iberá is the second largest wetland of South America. So it was a really impacting scenery happening in the summer season where people go on holiday. So authorities did not really react in time, and especially the coordination, what you mentioned before, between the municipalities, the provincial government and the national government, who's responsible for the national firefighting fund and has the money to send the planes. There were also the political discussions and the confrontations. So opposition of provincial government, and the national government did not really cooperate. And there were also missing infrastructure to fight the fire, but the whole world was coming together to help. And actually our organization was asked, how can we help? That was in the middle of February, where already more of this, almost 800,000 hectares were burned. And we said, like, yes, I'm sorry, but this will happen again, because the main causes are, it's the people themselves burning waste or burning the fields. Like in Africa also, they're burning their fields down in order to get food for the animals, but they're not calculating that the climate conditions had changed. They're making things as usual, but they don't calculate that climate conditions had changed, and they have a very dry soil. So some of the municipalities, they didn't have rain for 7 or 8 months. They're used to have rain almost every week. So it's really hard, and the highest temperatures. So we prepared a project to the local fund it's called Fondo Canadá para Iniciativas Locales. So it's for small initiatives from the Canadian fund financed, and we proposed an awareness building campaign for 51 municipalities in the whole province. And we went to all these municipalities 1 year after, in the same January, February, in the same hot season again, in order to generate awareness and to explain, and also to have these meetings of containers and all like that people also can express what happened, and then that they can talk about it together, and together between the firemen, the firefighters, the policemen, the local mayor, the schools, the teachers. So we're all working, coming together to exchange experiences and also to get connected in order to prevent in future better what happens or happened last year. No? So the result was for this year that only 200,000 hectares were burned. So only, but still it was a big success because the government was better equipped, the coordination was better. And actually we founded in every city a WhatsApp group where people can join and also inform themselves. So it was like hands-on from the really grassroots, how you say. And we made banners and a big campaign also with an advertising agency. It was called Alto el Fuego. So also people who cannot read, we had many people who cannot read or write, they understand the sign not to make fire and without exception, no? Because by law it was prohibited to make fire. So, but old habits, they led to this situation, and at least now the second good effect about this catastrophe was that people now talk about climate change. Now the word climate change is also came to the politicians and the mayors. And they're talking about how to prevent and to develop climate change adaptation strategies. So this is a campaign now from other provinces in Argentina, from the south. They are asking if we can repeat this, and I said let's create a community to exchange experiences, tools, and best practices. What works in order to prevent these kind of catastrophic in the future, because we know we have to adapt because the climate change is already here. So, thank you.
Also, we had a fire at my house right in my yard a few years back. I have a big yard, so and what it created was a big problem as well, because we had problems between the borough government, the state government, and the federal government when it came to the response. Luckily, at that point in time, the state had some hotshot crews that go out and fight hot spots in the different fire areas. Since then, they've abandoned those crews, and we've been trying to get them to come back and reassemble these hot shot crews because we've been having other forest fires in Alaska as well, not necessarily in my yard. But it also shows that even in Alaska, we have these jurisdictional problems as well. And it was also over who was going to pay. So that was another thing. So, and with that, I would also like to thank Amba for helping us put together this PowerPoint. Could you put your hand up, stand up? We're not very technical, so we had to bring in some expert technical help. So we thank her very much. And with that, would like to see if there's any questions anybody would like to have, or statements, or answers, or comments.
My name is Jennifer, and I work with the Connected North program. And I would check. I was when you had the slide about with Hay River on September 5th. I was supposed to be there because I work with the schools in the north, and I was doing a community visit, but they were evacuated, and I just right now know that there's a lot of after effects beyond the evacuation. Like their internet infrastructure has been damaged, and we do a program like virtual field trips, and there's been like other consequences. And I was thinking, when we're talking about the impacts of wildfires right now, like my head is like, oh, are they ready? Like what's going to happen, next summer? So how much of our work needs to be about preparing for the next summer? But then the other question is, like, and maybe it's too early to tell, but what are the other things we need to consider when people return from an evacuation? Because I feel like almost like the news forgot about it or something.
Yeah. Well, and the other thing that is happening now, besides us wanting to bring back these hotshot fire crews, is we do have bans on burning as well, because we've also had unpredictable weather. So, and who knows when a campfire can get out of control. We've always had cooking fires. So I generally have a fire in my backyard, but it's not the kind that generally spreads everywhere. So people look at me a little bit funny sometimes when I cook in my backyard. Yeah.
I just want to add, thank you for those comments. A couple of things. When the community burnt down, they're essentially homeless. The whole community is homeless. And it's already cold. It's minus 10, 20 back home now. And many of them don't have a place to live. So, it's hard to imagine. Lots of stress, lots of apprehension. When our people were evacuated, a lot of our old people don't have identification. And so they're trying to get in a hotel, and they're saying, can I see your ID and your credit card, please? They don't have credit cards. They don't have ID. So those are little things, but they're big things. So yeah, there's all of those kinds of experiences. And then I just want to add, while I have the chance, Chief Gary talked about the food of the animals, and that lichen takes 50 to 60 years to grow. It'll just burn and quickly, but it takes that long to grow back to feed the caribou. The other thing is, he talked about how the intense heat that we're finding, because the ground is so dry, the fires are going deep into the ground, and they're still burning now. Even though there's snow and it's cold, they're going to burn all winter. They're going to burn underground, and then when it gets warm in March, April, they're going to come back up and they're going to start again. So yes, we have to be prepared. Every community is supposed to have an emergency management plan, and every community has to update them every year. And everyone in the community is supposed to know what the plan is and how to react and where the gathering place is and so on. So we really have to be organized. Thank you.
The one thing that he didn't mention was how unorganized their evacuation was. And they had elders leaving without support. So that was one of the things that was problematic as well. I know that because I was around that. And I think that lady would like to say something, and then you again. Brian, yeah. Yes.
One question was actually, what was the reason for the wildfires? If there's natural reasons or if there were actually human, because we had both connections in Argentina. We had people really intentionally burning down as well. That was question number one.
We've had both. We've had fires that were intentionally set. We've had fires that just got out of hand, and we've also had fires that were what they call spontaneous combustion. However, some of them I think were not quite so spontaneous.
Yeah. Just to add to that, I did mention at the beginning that the fires that were with us were mainly because it's drought, it's very dry. But also, the way it's governed is the territorial government has what they call priority zones. So they have priorities of where to stop fires. And they don't coincide generally with our people because we have trap lines, we have our hunting areas, we're from the land and we're organized in families on the land. And so that's our priority, but it's not the government's priority. So we didn't mention that cabins, people's trap lines burned. There's a lot. And I don't want to get into all of that because I don't want to get into all of the negative stuff, but all of that will come out in a public inquiry. But it's because these zones are designed, and some fires will start, they'll just let them burn because they're not a priority. Some of those fires got out of control. And because of weather changing quickly, winds and so on, they got out of control. So it's a combination. There's a number of things that happen.
There's a presentation that was made by a professor who studies fire management at York University. I heard his presentation on Friday before coming here at York University, and he said that there are some fires in Canada where, let's say, like if oil fields or whatever, where companies, their workers, there might be an accident, no one's doing it on purpose, but like sometimes there's also accidental fires on like work sites. And if the land has too much coming out of it and it's too dry, right? Like that's a risk factor that, so I just, only because he mentioned it, that there could be some accidental fires started even on work sites, which you might not think about, but just to consider that too. It's not just like families making a fire.
And you were talking about prairies, someone being from the prairies, and one of the facts that some people don't realize is the coal trains used to start a lot of these fires because the coal dust comes out of these coal cars, and then there's metal on metal wheels on the tracks, and they spark that coal dust, and that coal dust is very flammable when it's like that. And it would start a lot of these prairie fires when they were hauling coal through the coal trains. One of the other crazy things that happened was these people, they had a horse that died, and they took some old tires and they tried to burn that horse with these old tires, and that fire got away and created a forest fire. So we've had some really crazy things happen
Actually, I
Brian.
just wanted to add some idea and the idea for cooperation as well, because what we also did is we developed a school program with a teachers training program and some workshops for the schools. So starting next year, we will make a teacher training for the whole province. It's part of the curriculum, so they really have to work on it. And we are working like that the school kids themselves have to inform their neighbors. So it's called like the environmental influencers. So they get a credential and they go door to door to inform the neighbor and to explain that it's not good to burn the waste, for example, and to explain them alternatives. So it's like to give that a continuation and also to always have a little space in the school for this kind of topic. I just wanted to mention this, so I would be happy to
So
get in
is there anyone who hasn't spoken that would like to before I call on Brian again? No? Okay, come on, please.
The only thing I want to mention, which I forgot to mention earlier, is also governments need to start relying and tapping into Indigenous knowledge with respect to firefighting, right? So in the case of Fort Chipewyan, we have like expert firefighters in the community that are on the ground, that can be mobilized, that can start fighting the fire, and we're told no because they don't have the appropriate training, which Alberta pulled out of funding and bring those things into the community. So we need to bridge that gap, because if we have members on the ground who can add to that work, to that force to fight, that know the terrain, know it better than Alberta Forestry, right, know how to fight the fires, then it's just so much more effective. So just another gap that I identified. Thanks.
Yeah, that also reminds me, the hotshot firefighters were Indigenous and they came from the villages, and that's another reason why they disband them, is because they were great firefighters, and they used to be called all over the country, down in what we call the lower 48 as well. You got any last words, Bill?
Well, only that this is becoming a normal occurrence. We can expect it next spring, so it's going to happen. Some of the really disturbing things, like the Alberta Premier denying that climate change even exists, is really disappointing, because they're south of us. She was interviewed about the fires, and the question was, will you agree now that climate change is occurring? And her communities in the province were evacuating, and she said, no, this is normal. Most of the fires were started by man-made. Okay, let's just say that was the fact, but they were man-made, and they started because it was drought, it was dry. It's obvious. So we've got to talk about this. We've got to get the facts. We've got to get this into the public, and the public inquiry that we're calling, I think, will really help. And we'll keep it in the media, like you say. If you watch the news daily, it looked like it was Yellowknife and Hay River. But no, there were 13, 15 other communities. And they were our communities, not just the big centers. So thank you for listening. Thank you for being here. Masicho.
Thank you very much. Chinansigu.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. Just before we can start, we do have interpretation in French and French. So please get some before we begin. Okay, sawa. Si naweza nini? So, good afternoon again and welcome. Thank you so much for coming to our session today. We'll start right away so that we can hear more from our speakers. My name is Winnie Cody. I'm with the International Funders for Indigenous Peoples. And I welcome you to this session. I want to send the apologies of Lourdes, who was supposed to moderate, but she's held up somewhere else, but she'll be able to join us as we go along. So today we'll have conversations on Indigenous women and access to funding, what they're doing in climate adaptation and mitigation in their own communities, in their own organizations, and they'll be sharing that with us today. I also want to mention that IFIP is doing a lot with Indigenous women, not just in the funding field, but also with Indigenous women organizations and having conversations with also feminist groups that are working in climate. And so these are ongoing conversations, and we hope that this will also feed into the work that we're doing and the work that you're doing. And we hope that at the end, we'll also have an opportunity to hear from you and the work that you're doing. And if you have any questions, please, you can have them down, and we'll wait until the end, and you can ask any of the panelists the questions that you have. So today we have 4 panelists. We have Faith Nataya, who's from Kenya, with the Lord Koti Youth Association. And then next to her is Tina, from Nepal, with the Women for Biodiversity. And next to her, we have Galina Ngarova from Cultural Survival. And at the end, we have Aunt Lucy Mulenke with the Indigenous Women Biodiversity Network. And so we'll go, I hope everyone has interpretation. We have it in French and in Spanish. And we'll please urge the speakers to speak slowly so that the interpreters can be able to interpret, and we'll all have about 5 minutes for your intervention. And so we will start with Faith, and your question, Faith. Just give me a moment. Please share with us, Faith, what innovative community-based climate and biodiversity solutions are Indigenous women or youth at the local leading at the local to national level, and how do these address the priorities of Indigenous women?
Thank you very much, Winnie, and thank you for the introduction. Again, my name is Faith Nataya, and I work with Olorukoti Youth Association and Olorukoti Resource and Knowledge Center. That was founded by Indigenous Information Network, and we're happy to share in the panel here today. So I will start by saying the Indigenous women in my community have for a long time preserved the traditional knowledge, and they're passing this to the younger generations through different ways. I mean, through songs, dance. And this knowledge we have found to be useful because it is helpful in preserving our biodiversity and helps with management of natural resources. And at the same time, they use this knowledge to adapt to climate change. And we have found different challenges to do with the traditional knowledge transmission that our women are doing. And that will be, I mean, passing it to the youth who are already going to school and spending so much time in their schools, long that they do not actually know the language now, and that is really difficult for them to capture and understand the different traditional knowledge that are being passed to them, especially because some terms are actually in traditional language, and without traditional, knowing our own languages, it is hard for them to grasp such knowledge. So what my organization and Indigenous Information Network and other partners are doing is to have, to start to develop knowledge centers that are already in existence. And we continue to build them because we have found that to be useful to the women, because the women are able to find a place they call home, a place they're able to come and meet and talk about their ideas, the different challenges they're going through. And it's also a place for learning. I mean, they're coming here and they're already starting their own innovative practices, such as maintaining and revitalizing their own traditional food systems in these centers. And other women are able to know and learn about this and even make it scalable, because every time every woman comes and sees what they are doing as a group, they will go do them in their own homes, and then this will continue and continue for the rest of all the women that are living around the same area. So that was one of the ways that the women are trying to ensure that they practice their traditional knowledge, and they are also able to not just, collect the knowledge, pass the knowledge, but they're also able to document the knowledge with the Indigenous youth. We're trying to find a place where they can work together. The youth are coming with the science that they have understood and learned in school, and then the women here are coming with the traditional knowledge, and both are finding a place where they can meet and understand each other and talk to each other. And the youth are helping the women to also document this knowledge, and the centers are a place where we can showcase that knowledge to the younger generation. So this has been really helpful in trying to pass the traditional knowledge. At the same time, the women have taken part in developing their own resource maps, where they're able to know what they have in their communities, where these resources are in the community, what they're being used for, which ones are missing, because they're able to tell the gaps in terms of biodiversity that is available in their community, and to also, know the gap in terms of climate action, biodiversity action that is needed for them to ensure that they continue to promote biodiversity conservation in their areas. So these resource maps that they have developed, and the women have really taken a lead role in ensuring that all the information that is available in the community is also represented, and including traditional knowledge, which is really important in conservation. And the last point would be, we're doing a lot of research, which myself I'm very keen on, and the women are very excited to take part in that. And I think that is a start for all of us to know where we are at this point, how climate change is impacting us, how biodiversity loss is impacting the women and girls in the community, and we are able to both come together and find a solution to these challenges that we're facing. So this is really a coordinated way of finding a solution together, because we're also inviting the men, the women, the youth on board, and everybody is giving their own perspectives in a way that they are able to participate in decision making at the table with everyone present. And we're able to also invite our leaders, our decision makers at the community level, to also ensure that we take on leadership, not just at the top level, but right from the ground, right from the grassroots, and they're able to understand these issues. And when they have a platform to speak to their leaders, they know what they're talking about, they know what they want, and their priorities are told to their leaders, so they know what they are, the solutions that they need. And finally, our women actually know that it is possible for them to reduce the impacts of climate change in where they live. They know that it is possible, they know it can be done, and we all have a role to help them continue these actions at the community level. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. Thank you for sharing that about intergenerational knowledge exchange, and especially the knowledge centers that women are able to go to. And are you able to hear me? Okay. No, okay, sorry. Yes, so thank you, Faith. So just building on that, and especially on traditional knowledge or ecological knowledge, I'd like to ask Aunt Lucy about how Indigenous women ensure both sustainability and resilience in climate adaptation and mitigation strategies, and how this contributes to advancing gender equality within the broader climate action framework.
Thank you very much, and hello everyone. Good to see many of you, and also happy that we are all discussing about issues of climate change and Indigenous women, and I would like to thank IVIP and Indigenous Information Network, Indigenous Women and Biodiversity Network for having this particular side event. I think one of the most important things that we should know, we should tell ourselves, is that Indigenous women are resilient. They are also members of our family who are very active in different ways. They are also innovative. And this innovation is what makes their issues of climate change to be, the activities that they decide to undertake, to be very sustainable, because they are the ones who innovate them themselves, they are the ones who decide on them. And indeed, we've been working with the different Indigenous women, not only at the country level, but also at the regional level and the international level. Indigenous Women and Biodiversity Network is a global network. We have one network that is with my co-chair, Florina Lopez, in Latin America, where they've been having different activities. But the one that we coordinate a lot is a global network, which has different activities from different countries. It involves different countries from Africa, Russia, Latin America, and different other places. Because we thought that Indigenous women, we need to really work together to be able to look at the different issues, not only biodiversity alone, but remembering, and I think you have all heard from this meeting, we are relating the biodiversity, climate change, and also desertification. The 3 Rio conferences, the Rio conventions, which are very, very critical because they impact all of us as Indigenous women and our local communities who live with us. And indeed, the activities that we undertake, the innovations that are done, are very, very crucial. In many parts of Africa, what the Indigenous women have been doing in terms of looking at their work on climate change and sustainability is the activities they innovate themselves. Some of the activities they invested was to start planting trees, to look at the indigenous trees, not just any other exotics, but to look at their own level and try to see what vegetation, what kind of food, what kind of trees that they could plant that is really going to be adaptive to climate change, and also to work on issues of mitigation. And they started doing that on their own. And that is one of the important things, that even despite the fact that every time when we're in the community, we have to put rights of Indigenous women, of women ahead of everything. And we also must talk about the human rights issues, because we want them to understand that they also have to work with other key players, not only work as women alone. They have to work with men, they have to work with the youth, as Faith was explaining, and they also have to work with elders. and also to work with the government people. They have to really get them, because the time of isolating others is no more. If we really want to make an impact on policy, if we want to make impact on our lives, if it's the issues of mitigation, adaptation, and have that life to be sustainable, and the work that they are doing to be sustainable, is the fact that we have to work together and be inclusive. And this is one of the things that we encourage in the whole of, we talk about the whole of society to work together so that they can be able to advance in terms of looking at the issues of climate change and looking at different issues that really affect them. And when we work together as both inclusively, then definitely with that, automatically we promote the issue of gender equality. Because we are working with different people, and the people can understand the women issues, and they can understand on the way they do their own production. Even food production, we look at it, food security, as one of the key issues, not only planting trees or looking at the climate alone. They are all intertwined, they are linked together. If we talk about health, if we talk about food security, if we talk about in terms of looking at climate change, biodiversity conservation, it's all linked together. And if we really have to make sure that we make our lives and the lives of the women down from the grassroots to the national, to the regional, and to the international to be visible, we have to make sure that we are linking all these together, and we are working with different things, different people. The other very important thing is that we do encourage partnership, because with the partnership, then it helps us to learn more, to have partnership in terms of women to indigenous women, and also to others, and to have those exchange visits that we do, so that at least they can be able to learn from each other. And when we do that, we also try as much as possible to document those success stories, because we did not carry some of the banners we had done in other side events, where we have different countries, different regions, looking at different banners and looking at the different photos that we have. Because simple things, small little things that help them to learn from each other. Remember, we come from communities who are traditions, and some of them really oral. It's all oral, you know. They don't understand the question of all the time writing these laws and so on. So we have to be innovative ourselves to make sure that every step we take is a step that will be able to let the women learn, and to let the work be sustainable. Not just the work that will finish when the donor leaves. No, is work that will continue. And the only way that work can continue is by working together and making sure they are the ones to contribute. They are the ones to decide, not us to decide. Faith has just mentioned about making centers and trying to see how they could, the women can work together. I take up those examples because they have made such a big difference in most of the African countries. When women come around and work together, even if there is conflict or there is any problem, they know where to go and how to be able to tackle some of the problems. So in terms of working together, it's a question of really making sure that there is that connectiveness among ourselves, partnership to promote it, no matter how far the women are. Let's learn to reach them out. Because if we reach them out, then we are able to make a difference. Today, I'm happy to see some of the women that came from a long way, from DRC Congo, in the remotest place. But they are able to come here to also listen. There are many others from Latin America, from the Amazon, from the different parts of Asia, and so on, in Africa. If you see them coming here, they are coming to connect and to be able to see how they can be able to work together and continue that. And when we talk about gender equality, some of the women don't understand those languages that we speak about from the rural area. But they know that as a family, the women will always take the lead. And they will always be the ones to speak. But in the real sense, in tradition, their life is at the private domain. They are not allowed to come out. But the good thing is that in the past, we have had women really coming out very clearly, very strongly. And the community now, even the traditional leaders, are accepting that women are making a difference. And so we should take up that to make sure that we can be able to advance it and make sure that we also, some of the recommendation is really to make sure that we continue engaging the indigenous women at all levels and really emphasize on issues of partnership and working together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So we've heard about the roles that Indigenous women play in climate adaptation and mitigation, the strategies, or in climate action, in food security, food sovereignty in their communities. We've heard about the knowledge exchange programs that they've had. And my question to Galina is, then how do we ensure that funding reaches women, direct funding reaches women in these spaces? Because we've had so many pledges, we've had so many promises over the years, billions of dollars being pledged, but how do we get this funding to go to Indigenous women?
That's a very difficult question, and thank you so much. This is a greeting in my native language. Again, my name is Galina Angarova, and I come from the Buryat peoples in Siberia. Difficult question. So globally, Indigenous peoples receive 0.4% of all philanthropic funds going to different projects, right? And of that 0.4%, only a small, tiny fraction of those funding goes to Indigenous women. And this number is really disproportionate to the role that Indigenous women are playing globally in protecting biological diversity. You know that I'm not going to say anything new. 80% of the total global biodiversity are on the lands of Indigenous peoples. They're managed by Indigenous peoples. And knowing those facts, you can see the stark disproportionality of funding going to Indigenous peoples, and specifically to Indigenous women, and the contribution that Indigenous peoples in general are giving to the world by being the guardians of those lands and territories and that biodiversity. Indigenous women are not only mothers, sisters, daughters, they are traditional knowledge holders. That millennial old knowledge that connects us to the land and that protects the land. There are 50 names of snow for the people who live in the Arctic, right? There are different ways of expressing how Indigenous women perceive the land, the silhouettes of the mountains, the ripples in the river, and it's just our languages are those wells of information of how the lands are being protected. All right? So, and that traditional knowledge is being passed from generation to the next by who? By Indigenous women, by our grandmothers. It is in the sacred moments when Indigenous women tell the stories that come from our grandmothers, from all of our ancestors in the past, that information, that vital information passes during those times when women tell those stories to the young ones. That was my grandmother. My grandmother, she knew the weather for the day, she knew what the harvest was going to be like, she knew everything, and she was the land, and the land was her. The same way I am the land, and the land is me. And all of these wonderful, beautiful Indigenous women who traveled all the way from their homelands, they are the land, and the land is them. That's we are trying to make this case to the philanthropies, we're trying to make the case to the multilaterals. That's the role we play as Indigenous women. And why don't you allocate more than 0.4% to support Indigenous guardianship of those lands and territories? Another point I wanted to make, that we are operating in the colonial system. And this colonial system is trying to do everything to prevent direct access to funds to biodiversity, climate funds, and now the new loss and damage fund, right? For the young ones, young women who come to these spaces, this is not a new issue. This issue existed for many years. Women, Indigenous women like Lucy has been coming to the space advocating for the support for Indigenous women. It's been decades. Has anything changed? Nothing. Nothing has changed. We're still yet to see those billions or millions of dollars coming to Indigenous people's organizations. Another point I wanted to make, that a lot of these funds are going through intermediaries, environmental organizations, right? So, and we want to make sure that those funds are actually reaching communities. But unfortunately, some of the goals and aspirations of this big conservation organization do not completely align with self-determined priorities of indigenous peoples. You just have to bear that in mind. And while our answer to that is that we have established indigenous-led funds, indigenous organizations that can receive the funding directly. We have processes in place. We are fighting the misconceptions that indigenous-led organizations and indigenous-led funds are not equipped, they don't have capacity, they can't manage the money. This is absolutely not true. We have built capacity. We have indigenous-led funds who have operational staff, they have budgets, they have, the most beautiful thing about these organizations, they're not outside the movements. They're part of the movement. They're part of the communities, you know. They don't have to climb the mountain, you know, to understand those communities. They're part of those communities, right? So these are the things that I wanted to bring up to the table. And let me see my notes. So yes, we're fighting the false perceptions. I wanted to mention that indigenous-led funds are better equipped to respond to the needs of indigenous communities than any of the other organizations. And they have the first-hand knowledge and the intimate knowledge of communities to be able to do that. Finally, I want to talk about the principles of equitable access to finance for indigenous peoples. One of them, access has to be direct. It has to be simplified for indigenous peoples organization. Human rights-based approach is key. We have the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. All the 40-some articles in the declaration, that's the North Star. As 7 sociocultural regions of the world, we have agreed on those articles of the UN Declaration. This is the human rights-based approach. Grievance and redress mechanisms for every funding, for all of the funding that goes towards support of indigenous peoples, have to have redress and grievance mechanisms. And finally, meaningful participation every step of the way. You don't just come to us at the end of the process like, oh, this is how it's going to be. At the planning stages, you have to engage with indigenous peoples every step of the way around funding modalities. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Galina. I was in a side event earlier on, and I think it's the Minister of Environment of UK, and he said of the money that was pledged, only 2% went to indigenous peoples. This money was pledged for indigenous people, but only 2% went directly to indigenous people. And so I'm left to wonder how much of the 2% actually made it to indigenous women, if at all. And I'm sure someone will say, I don't think it got to indigenous women. They're just, secondary beneficiaries of these funds. And so I think it's important that we continue to push for indigenous women to receive, for indigenous people to receive direct funding, and also indigenous women to also continue to receive direct funding from the funds that are allocated to indigenous peoples. So thank you, Galina, for sharing that with us. Earlier on, I'm glad Faith mentioned something that we're going to talk about now, or rather, Tina is going to talk about, and that was data collection. She mentioned that she's working with women, indigenous women, to collect their own data in their own communities, and so I'm glad that already was said, so that Tina can build upon that. And so my question to you, Tina, is considering the data gaps that are currently existing in climate and biodiversity funding and finance, especially concerning indigenous women, what collaborative strategies and tools can be developed to enhance data collection and transparency to facilitate a more accurate assessment of the impact of gender. My gosh, this is something. I'm sorry. Gender integration in the climate finance process.
Hello. Thanks, Winnie. I'm going to mold my response because I think it's been a very rich discussion, and I thought I would definitely direct something also on finance from the biodiversity perspective. And I really want to take the opportunity that we are in the climate space, but usually we sideline biodiversity discussions separate from the climate. First, on the data. Data is missing. It's not only about funding, it's just even the participation of women. We can forget about young women, we can forget about indigenous women, we can forget about farmer women. So I think data is a missing gap. I was at a conference, a global conference that was organized by IUCN, UN Women, Women Count, who else was there? And VDO and the Climate Secretariat just 2 days prior to the COP28. And that 2 days conference was to exactly address this aspect, is why, first of all, the data is missing, and the discussion was around how. But it's a very complex issue, right? Because you need to have, of course, they talked about the SDGs indicators to provide that data. But however, we also really need to understand that in the SDGs also, though it's a great framework to look at, if you really look at where women's, I'm not only talking about indigenous women, but it's women, that data itself is not collected adequately. So again, there's also a missing gap on disaggregated data of indigenous women and henceforth. So that discussion is going on. Now, I want to just look at that data, and I would like to respond to the rich discussion that has happened. So please forgive me if I'm going to take you all to the biodiversity sphere. I think it's really very important to share that information. As we're talking about the climate here, the CBD, which is the Convention on Biological Diversity, just a year over in December in 2022 in Montreal, adopted the Global Biodiversity Framework. It's really very important to note that, and also I think we need to mention it in the climate, because it has a lot of implication on what's taking place here. That is my personal understanding. An example of that I will give you is a 30 by 30. I walked around all the pavilions, and now everybody's solution is in nature, right? Nature is our solution. Nature is not sterile. You know, we are talking about ecosystems, we are talking about the diversity of species, of genetics, and most important, people. So I think we really need to also really discuss around here, and that's where I think the funding comes around, where because climate mitigation, adaptation, whatever you may say, is targeting a lot of these big scale models to mobilize resources. You talk about the green economy, the blue economy, I don't know, different kinds of economy, and they really hold what you're talking about, the 80% of the Earth's most biodiverse, key biodiversity areas. And majority of them are on indigenous peoples' lands and territories. And as we heard from my colleagues, majority of them, if I'm not correct, are hosting half of the world's populations, which we cannot forget. And they always get left behind. I'll just share that as we're talking about funding. At the GBF COP15, for everybody's information, it was a historic framework, because for the first time ever, the framework talks about human rights. It has a target 22, which is, as we all simply call it, like it was a win for indigenous peoples and local communities, including for indigenous women and girls, because it also has reflected in the target on human rights defenders, which has never happened before in a convention. And then you have a gender equality target, a standalone target on gender equality. And why I'm saying it's really very important in the climate, in any financing, because one of the key elements that the Target 23 talks about is addressing women's equality in the 3 pillars of the CBD. And we are sometimes stuck with conservation. And this is where we really need to see these alternatives of financing, because it's not only conservation that indigenous peoples or indigenous women are engaged in, but we're always talking about that. It's also sustainable use. So the 3 pillars of the convention is conservation, which you can talk about 30 by 30, where the money may be going. You're talking about sustainable use. That's where you're talking about women's traditional knowledge on species, on herbs, because it also has a 3rd pillar of the convention that talks about access and benefit sharing from genetic resources. And I wanted to bring this to the attention is because we really forget, like you talked about, that intergenerational transfer of knowledge, including of these medicinal plants and all this, is with women. But we talk about access and benefit sharing, because there is going to be a mechanism on that one. We again miss out putting on that women, indigenous women, local women should also have access and benefit sharing from those genetic resources of the knowledge that they hold. Another thing I just want to point out, sorry, taking a little bit long, is at the GBF, which is a Global Biodiversity Framework, COP15 also adopted the Global Biodiversity Framework Fund, GBFF. And in that one, I mean, the CBD projected that its needs is going to be the $700 billion a year. And at the GEF Assembly in August this year, the GEF ratified, and the framework, the fund is operational, and there has been some money put in there by UK and Canada, collectively maybe about 50 plus billion, but that's way lower than what has been projected. So I think that is where we really need to see, because I want to mention this, because in the GBFF, there was a commitment made that 20% of that fund would be directed to indigenous peoples. Now we really need to make sure that of that fund, how and what percentage of funds would go to indigenous women. Right? I think this will be very important where these different kind of mechanisms, funds are taking place. So I think, and that data will help. If we have that data, like you talked about, is less than 0.4%, but we also then have is where is this been going? The region, we don't have that data. Where, who, what kind of organizations? It will be really very important, because a lot of the work is done not by bigger organizations, but by women-led CBOs, which are not registered. So how do we really also make sure that data will also inform us to really make sure that that funds also goes to women-led initiatives on the ground? I've taken a lot of time. I'm going to stop here, but I'm happy to answer any questions after this session. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. And so you've mentioned that we need to make sure that this funding actually gets to indigenous peoples and further down to, I don't want to say further down, indigenous people and further to indigenous women. And so my question to all of you would be, how can philanthropy then, what role can philanthropy play to ensure that there's accountability in the distribution of these funds? How can philanthropy play? What role can philanthropy play to ensure that the climate like if it's climate finance or money going to biodiversity, then what role can philanthropy play?
Thank you again. Thank you again, Winnie. So, as a youth, every day I feel like there's something that I don't know. And one of the things that I have had so many times and I hold close to my heart from my elder and auntie is you learn every day. And I was in a side event yesterday, and one of the speakers said, we need to build on the evidence of what exists and what has worked so far. And I think that philanthropy has a lot to learn from indigenous financial mechanisms made by indigenous peoples and for indigenous peoples. There are organizations as this already, and they're doing a lot of work and are ensuring that the funding gets to indigenous peoples, and I think philanthropy can learn from that, what has worked so far for them, and what gaps are there for them to build on and ensure that they bridge that gap enough for the funding to reach more indigenous peoples organizations and to reach them directly, as we have all been saying. Apart from just learning from each other's philanthropy, there's also need to learn from indigenous peoples. I mean, they have worked and they lived in their own lands. They know what works for them. They know what they have to do to make things work, because everything is changing now. And of course, we do need finance to make that work, but also finance has to be in a way that takes into consideration indigenous people's worldviews and what is their priorities. There are a lot of things that indigenous peoples have been doing, and those are the things that should be funded by philanthropy, and not just, providing funding and also what they should finance, but instead look at what indigenous peoples would like for them to be funded on, and to continue to support such initiatives at the grassroots. And there is need to also make this funding flexible. When we were starting out as a youth organization, it was hard to access funding, because usually every fund that are being advertised out there, like, you have to have used already maybe $25,000. You need this, you need that. And all these requirements are so hard to meet when you're just starting out. You don't have the $25,000 that they're asking for you to have used already. And this makes it so hard for such organizations to start out and to also, be out there to continue to support their initiatives at the ground level, and to ensure that they're also their initiatives are being seen out here. And one of the things that also philanthropy can help is to put aside resources that are meant for capacity building for indigenous peoples organization, and to ensure that they have training programs and the expertise that they have maybe in their own organizations, or just outsourced out elsewhere, are able to talk to indigenous peoples organization, and they can build this organization so that they are able to use the lots of money that are available that are not yet reaching us, but could in future if we continue to speak out about our issues every time. And this is only possible if we do it with transparency, and to make sure that the indigenous peoples participate directly in decision making, and to also see how this the allocation and distribution is done by philanthropy, but also guided by indigenous peoples. Because one of the things is, for example, in Africa, so many organizations are there, and everybody is saying, this is an indigenous person's organization, but how do you really know that these people are, these organizations are working with indigenous peoples and for indigenous people? So one of the things one of our partners is doing is also to ensure there's a data of indigenous peoples organizations in Africa, so that what is meant for indigenous peoples reaches indigenous peoples. And another thing to do is to ensure that there's a clear monitoring and reporting mechanism, so that as we continue to talk about the funding that is meant for indigenous peoples, there's a track of the flow of that money, so that it starts from philanthropy showing this is the amount that was given for indigenous peoples, and we're able to see the end results and end goal of this amount that was meant to indigenous peoples, and we're able to know that it has actually reached to them. And this is really important to guide future funds that are meant for indigenous peoples, and to ensure that it truly reaches them. So thank you, Winnie.
Okay, I think it's the issue of the philanthropy is something that actually has been like historical in terms of funding the indigenous women. And most of the regions, the 7 geographical regions, have benefited a lot in terms of having access funding from philanthropy. But here we are also saying that apart from philanthropy, what other funding can we access as indigenous women, as indigenous people? This is very important. And I think, Galina, you had discussed quite a lot and put quite some points on the table. But again, there is the issue of data. We want to know what money has come from philanthropy. Do we have the real data? And how much has gone to which country or which continent, I think is also very important. The other very important thing is for us indigenous women and indigenous people ourselves, how much are we accountable and how much are we also keeping that data, as already Faith has alluded to it. It's very, very important to have that tracking system, to also know that there is tracking system that we can track and know where the funding has gone. Because one of the key issues, as Galina had said, people say, oh, indigenous people cannot manage funding. They can if their capacity is enhanced, as what Faith has recommended. And we have seen it working, even at the grassroots level. In the AINI Fund, which is the International Indigenous Women Forum, FIMI, has a fund that is called AINI. And what we started this year, they started to see how these can do regranding for the women, for the indigenous women. The issue was, it's very important to see how much the women can receive and how much they can be able to account for, if they'll account for it properly, and also be able to keep records so that when a donor comes, they can have records and they can know how to manage it alone. And it's also needed a lot of capacity building to ensure they understand this money, they know how to, and it's only not lots of money. We started with like $5,000 to give to the real grassroots, groups. The groups that have not even had money from anywhere, because they have to begin from somewhere. And we are hoping that if they can continue, they can even do symbol audits, so that when the donor of philanthropy comes and asks about the, audit, then they have something to share, which is something that we are trying. And one of the other issues that is also important when you talk about philanthropy, I think quite a number of indigenous peoples organizations, indigenous people forums, and so on, indigenous peoples and local communities are demanding that they want funding go direct to them. What does direct funding mean? We need to really define that properly and see, and how can that be also tracked and be seen how it has been used, so that we can have strategies and we can have models and we can have examples that we can be able to share and really see. Because today I was also in a side event where somebody said some people even are resigning from other jobs to go and start organizations because there's a lot of money out there for indigenous peoples. So they are resigning and getting the money. Where is the money going to? So this is why I'm saying it's very good to have the tracking system, so that at least people can know Winnie is not from a private sector who is getting money and funding other issues, but not indigenous people. So it's very, very important, and that's why African Indigenous Women Organization decided for Africa will get data. It's still something that's ongoing, because indigenous organizations are quite many, and we are not leaving out the grassroots and everyone, so that we can be able to have, because I know of a country, which I don't want to mention a name, after they know that there is a lot of money coming in for indigenous people, many of their own people, some of the citizens, some of the communities are applying to be called indigenous peoples. Because if you are a farmer, you want to have the name indigenous people, so you access that funding. So as indigenous people ourselves, we also have a lot of work to do, and we also have a lot of, other ways that we need to work on. And as Tina has mentioned about other funding that are coming in, maybe for biodiversity, there is also maybe some money for desertification, because they've been focusing on land, and that's quite an issue. There are issues of capacity building and also issues in climate change. But where is the money going? Who is receiving the money, and how is it being funded? Shall we come back to COP 29 and COP 30 and ask for money? Those are tricky questions that are ahead of us. So we think it's very important to see how we can be able to work together as a team. And I want to appreciate the fact that there is also some funding that has regional organizations that have already started their own funding, like in Asia and Latin America and so on. And I think there is a pipeline about Africa having a fund of its own. This is being done in order for the indigenous women and indigenous peoples themselves can access this funding and can be able to manage them themselves, as what we have seen others like FIMI internationally managing quite some funding, and other organizations also. I was giving that as an example, being associated with it. So that partnership, I bring my issue of partnership back to the table again, but I think these are some of the issues that I wanted to bring up. And my question was actually to ask Galina about the tracking business, because we need to track and we need to see, are there strategies for indigenous people? Maybe even if you should tell us whether there are any other, ways you can track the funding that has come a long way. Thank you.
Hi, Lourdes. So I want to start my response with the fact that philanthropy is an umbrella term for thousands of different foundations and donor-advised funds in the world. So different philanthropic institutions are as diverse probably as indigenous peoples ourselves, right? So, and there are incredible allies who work for those philanthropic institutions, and those philanthropic institutions have already evolved in their thinking and approaches and their principles of operating with indigenous peoples. And we have those incredible examples of incredible support, unilateral support for indigenous peoples, indigenous women in general. But all philanthropies are not the same, And I think what we need our allies in those philanthropic institutions who understand the value and what indigenous peoples bring to the table to go in the places where we can't be. We're not present in those spaces, right? So they can advocate for us in those spaces and bring that, the arguments for the value of indigenous women that I was mentioning prior. What we also need for philanthropic institutions is to start thinking outside the box. If you support an indigenous community, an organization, community-based organization, it's not just the climate, you're supporting climate change solutions, or you're supporting biodiversity solutions, or supporting livelihoods. It's a holistic approach, because our lives is not siloed. If I eat really something bad in the morning, it's going to affect my ability to comprehend, ability to engage with others, ability to learn, ability to do anything. So my life is not like today I'm going to do climate, tomorrow I'm going to do biodiversity, and the day after I'm going to do education or something like that. It's a holistic approach. Our languages are the gateway to our understanding our way of life. It's biodiversity protection. It's a climate change solution. It's generational knowledge transfer, intergenerational knowledge transfer. It's all of it. Another point I wanted to make, right? So I worked in private philanthropy myself. So I know how the systems work in private philanthropy. I think like one of the most important thing that I was advocating for is multi-year general support grants, unrestricted funding to indigenous organizations, because it's really difficult for our organizations to deal with restricted funding, because we are working with communities, and it's important for us to honor their own self-determined solutions. And you just can't like restrict the funding to do this and this thing only. That things happen. You have to be able to move the funding in ways that it's appropriate for us. I think, this is where I wanted to contribute.
I think I'll be repeating the same things again, but just to also focus, I think how Galina and everybody talked about philanthropic funding. I think there's also all kind of grants, right? We're talking about biodiversity financing or resource mobilization. Just to again add to that one is how can we also really look at ensuring that, I'm repeating the same thing like I said, is I want to put in, is it shouldn't be an add-on. One thing I think, like Vinny, taking the point that you said, is that we shouldn't target funding 2 or 4 Indigenous women, including from Indigenous people's organization. You know, it shouldn't be an add-on. Okay, we are doing this, oh, let's put a women's program there. Usually it happens, either you're talking about bigger agencies or others. So I think when you're talking about direct, for me it would be like, it's not really a direct funding, but rather saying that how do we really ensure that when funding is available, that they go to, I don't know, Indigenous women-led organizations or groups, and not just once again, we repeat the system ourselves, that it just becomes an add-on program of a certain project to mainstream gender. And I think we've also had that quite a bit. I think the other one I would really say, like Galina would point it out, is that priority. Usually what we do is we tend to sometimes have proposals, depending on what the proposals came in, what is the focus of the project is, but rather saying that how the funding or the philanthropic funds, or I'm talking about the other resources also, cater to what is the need of the community and be able to say that, okay, fine, this is your need and we will provide you the funds. Not saying that, well, this is our larger fund outcome, can you contribute to that? Right, so that's the kind of thing. What I also want to say is, when we talk about funds, what is the scale of funds we are talking about? Global, see, because the mechanisms and the modalities are different. The global funds to a regional fund to a national fund to even a district level fund. I think what really becomes important again is that all these funds have a dedicated and adequate funding available for Indigenous women. Right, that either you're talking about, and a simple term we always use is gender budgeting. It's not they saying, okay, you do conservation and let's have a workshop and have 20 women talking about how gender is important and tick mark, done. We've had 20 women participating and we kind of mainstream gender. But rather saying that, no, this is an important thing. So the communities, the women's group should have basically a gender budgeting. Either you talk about the national plans or you're talking about local plans or regional or global. We can just scale it up if you want. The other part, I think, is participation. Is all these mechanisms, whatever the funding modalities may be, always have some kind of a board, a facilitating committee. How do we really make sure that while we have Indigenous people's representation, to make sure that we have Indigenous women's and girls' and youth's voices, we have their representation. We're always talking about that has to be an effective participation, meaningful participation. So when we need Indigenous women and we need Indigenous youth to really make sure that they're also on the decision-making table. And lastly, but not the least, I will talk about time. These processes are not 6 months, 1 year, 3 years. Processes change, to access, to have an impact takes time. So whatever kind of financial mechanisms or philanthropic support, whatever source of funding it is there, should really ensure to have that support to continue that work. Because usually we're always looking at 2 years and we're looking at impact reporting, right, for projects. I'm like, oh my God, we just started, we just, you know. So I think this is very important, and it's a process. It goes on. It's not like you have a funding and then you're like, okay, we're done with it, we're done with our commitments and we are gone. So I think that the key principles, I think, for me would be really very important to ensure that at least we start from somewhere in the basics to really make sure that that's when we're talking about the bare minimum to even have the conversation started. So I will leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tina. Before Rosario comes back, I'll give it to Lourdes to conclude.
Yes. First, apologies to my sisters. I was pulled into another, talking about direct access to funding to Indigenous peoples at the Business and Philanthropy Forum. Just to add that this panel is critical for IFEP. We've been very focused on bringing the voices of leadership and the wisdom of Indigenous women into many of the spaces. But as it relates to philanthropy, and perhaps for those of us here and those of us that may be listening online, I think crucial is many of the things that were pointed out, but also having more open dialogue and conversations with philanthropy, including feminist funders, in which IFEP has been having lots of conversations with many of the philanthropy funders that work in the feminist and in the women's rights space to open more resources of funding to Indigenous women. I think it's critical, not only because we see many Indigenous women here who are playing critical policy space in many of these conversations in food systems, in biodiversity, and climate change, and that are critical for humanity, but also important for each of our communities. I want to thank you all for coming, and I do apologize for coming late, but I was pulled into this other critical conversation as well for us, where some governments and Green Climate Fund and some corporate funders were talking about direct access to funding to Indigenous peoples. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, everyone, for coming. And please connect with us at IFIP to continue the conversation on direct funding to Indigenous people and to Indigenous women. Thank you so much also to our panel.
My name is and I am an indigenous.
Just
Okay.
That's one of my favorites.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hi, we'll make a start. So please settle down. Alrighty, so good afternoon. Again, my name is Menka Goundan. I work at the Asian Pacific Resource and Research Center for Women, or AERO, as you guys most probably know. And I have the honor of moderating this session. So thank you, Pratima and Nidwan, for inviting me today for moderating this session. So, welcome to the session on amplifying voices of Indigenous women and girls with disabilities on the nexus of climate change, impacts, and sexual and reproductive health and rights. Panel discussion session that has been hosted by the National Indigenous Disabled Women's Association of Nepal, or NIDWAN as we more fondly call them. So today, I'll just give you a brief run-through of what this next hour and a half is going to be about. We will first hear from Pratima on the findings of two particular pieces of research that NIDWAN has carried out on the nexus of Indigenous women with disabilities and climate change. One that has been done in partnership with AERO, and the other that has been done in partnership with ERO. And for both those pieces of work, I'd like to also acknowledge the support, or funding support rather, from Women's Fund Asia for that. So thank you to our organizations for that partnership on behalf of NIDWAN and its constituencies to making it possible so that we can hear the lived realities of Indigenous women from Nepal and Indigenous women with disabilities from Nepal here today at the Indigenous Pavilion at COP28. Before I move on further, I'd like to introduce to you all our panelists, and then I will hand the floor to Pratima to speak about the two studies. And then after that, we will hear from our panelists on 2 rounds of questions, and we'll have some time to go to the floor. So on our panel today, we have Krishna Gattaraj. And Krishna is from the Disability Rights Fund. We have Pratima Gurung from NIDWAN, and we have Marissa Hutchinson from ERO, or the International Women's Rights Action Watch Asia Pacific. So that's, I just wanted to say ERO's long form and AERO's long form, because we usually, there is a bit of phonetic confusion there. So without further ado, Pratima, would you like to go to the podium, or would you like to speak from there? Okay. Yep. Is your mic working?
I guess. Yeah. Good afternoon. I would say in my language, I would like to greet Indigenous greetings to all brothers and sisters, and also the participants who are participating in this side event. We, on behalf of NIDWAN, ERA, AERO, and Women Fund Asia, we have been collectively working together. And again, this side event is since been organized in the Indigenous Pavilion. We are very much honored to have this space, bringing the most marginalized voice. As Menika has already outlined, we have conducted the two research one on the effect of climate change, indigenous women with disabilities. The next one is related with the climate change and sexual and reproductive health rights, looking at the nexus of this, and also amplifying the voices of indigenous women and girls with disabilities. So both of the study has been conducted this year, focusing on the 7 provinces of Nepal. And there are so many similarities when you look at the findings of the study. But what I wanted to highlight is data, evidences, and information has always been a challenge and an open reality to most indigenous women and girls with disabilities. It has already been near about 15 years that we were struggling, and now we are coming with this small type of research that has been done by the organization like NID1. And with this evidence-based advocacy, we have been able to amplify our grassroots voices to this space that is the COP28. So it's a long journey. When I started doing my advocacy at the COP15, while the Paris Agreement was being negotiated. So since then, it was a long struggle that how could we generate evidence on the most intersecting and marginalized groups. So keeping all those realities into the mind, this study was being conducted in 7 provinces of Nepal. The differences of the study that is being conducted with AERO, it has the qualitative and quantitative information. The study that has been conducted with ERO, that is more based on qualitative methodology. So in terms of methodology, these are the 2 differences that I wanted to highlight. When it comes to the quantitative methodology that has been conducted with the research of ERO, it has a survey set of questionnaire that was being conducted in 7 provinces of Nepal. When it comes to the qualitative informations that was being collected through different methodology in terms of the study that was conducted in collaboration with ERO, it was more focused on focus group discussion, key informant interview, case studies, holding community-based consultations, formal and informal consultations with the community groups and leaders. When it comes to the study that is being conducted with ERO, the only differences that we had is about looking at the key informant interview and also the survey questionnaire that was being held. So if you look at the entire findings of both of the study, we find the similarities like lack of information and communication on climate change and SRHR. But if you look particularly the study that was being conducted with ERO, that clearly outlines the impact of climate change in accessing SRHR services. So the connection of climate change with disaster, the connection of climate change with SRHR services has been clearly outlined, looking at the intersections of gender, disability, and indigeneity. So that is the differences of the study that has been conducted with ERO. But if you look at the study that has been conducted with ERO, we find the intersections of gender, disability, and indigeneity looking at the impact on climate change. So those are the kind of differences. One of the common findings of both the study is about knowing about climate change, the information about climate change. So both of the study and both of the target group, like indigenous women and girls with disabilities, they are less aware about climate change agenda when it comes to sexual health and reproductive rights, and linking the nexus of sexual health and reproductive rights, there has been a long gap. So there is a lack of awareness on climate change. There has been impact of climate change in impact on health, impact on livelihood, forced migrations. So it also has the impact on psychosocial and well-being, forced migration. So these are the impact that has been clearly outlined in the research of ERO. So The other difference is on the study that has been conducted with ERO is lack of knowledge and preparedness about climate change, violation of human rights, including the freedom of movement of indigenous people and indigenous women and girls with disabilities. Both of the study focuses on inequality, disparity, and intersectionality, lack of wash, sanitation, and hygiene. The increased disasters and increased high risks and vulnerability has been mentioned in both the reports. And also the very distinctness of both the report is one of the report that is being done in collaboration with ERA also highlights about the increasing insecurity and insecurity among the diverse impairment groups within person with disabilities. Whereas the study conducted with ERO, there has a clear outline about there is a gap and a loss of indigenous knowledge and practices on the one hand. On the other hand, the assimilation and knowledge of indigenous system, indigenous intergenerational gap has been identified with the study that has been conducted with ERO. With this finding, both of the findings have focused on having a very safe and conducive environment. When it comes to the research that has been conducted with ERO, it also links the relationship within the private and the public sphere. So even when we talk about SRHR rights and services of indigenous women with disabilities, their family members are the one who has been a barrier for accessing sexual health and reproductive rights. So that has been clearly outlined in the study of ERO, amplifying the voices of indigenous women with disabilities in the nexus of climate change and SRHR. Whereas when we look at the study that has been conducted with ERO in collaboration, that clearly highlights about putting indigenous women with disabilities at the center, and disasters and climate change has been interconnected. So many things I have to share with you. The flyer is here with all of you. I am very mindful about the time. What I want to add and conclude with my presentation is the qualitative informations, the case studies that has been provided by indigenous women with disabilities, their lived experiences, their challenges that they have been facing due to the impact of climate change varies from one individual to another individual, from one region to another region or provinces, even in the context of Nepal. So we see a diverse range of diversity, not only in terms of intersectional of identities, but also the intersections of theme, the intersections of different regions, and also the lived experience they have. So many of the things has been very much clearly outlined in this report. We are launching this report through this Pavilion, this 2-study report, and we will be sharing this report through the NeedOne's website. And we would like to thank all the partners, organizers, and individuals who have really supported for this, for generating these evidences, and we hope to amplify these voices not only within the COP, but within the indigenous peoples movement, disability movement, and also within the women and gender constituency, including our states' policies and interventions. So I will just stop here, and thank you for listening me.
Thank you, Pratima. And yeah, I think on behalf of everyone, congratulations to NeedOne on the 2 studies. I know sheer amount of work. So congratulations to you and the team at NeedOne for the 2 pieces of study. Just to, summarize what Pratima has said, I think absolutely in terms of evidence and data, that, especially with indigenous people and especially with women with disabilities, we find that there is lack of data usually in spaces, and hearing from NeedOne in terms of having data from lived realities, celebrating the diversity and vastness of a lot of our countries, understanding that not all of our indigenous people have the same sort of lived reality. Yes, like I said, because of the vastness of the lands that we belong to, and the oceans that we belong to, and the vastness of the mountains that we belong to. So having that sort of analysis, as Nidwan has produced, is important. And also looking at the lack of information and communication on climate change, and how we are usually sold false solutions and false narratives around climate change. So thank you for also bringing that out on the forefront on how lack of information and communication on climate change is also actually affecting our people in the way solutions, in the way policies are driven and sold to our people. I will now move to the second part of today's program, which is the panel discussion. And in that second part, the question that I have for Marissa, I'll probably start from that side, is how do you reflect on this research, and why, from an ERO perspective, why do you see the impact of climate change in relation to Indigenous women with disabilities significant to the work that ERO does?
Okay, so when I guess I can start from the, yes. You can hear me? Okay. So I can start from the history of the project more specifically. So we created this project at a time where we had just started the environmental justice program, also knowing that others were doing a lot of work, like the Women and Gender Constituency and other groups, even ARROW. But we didn't want to reinvent the wheel, as we often talk about. So we thought about how can we then raise awareness on the issue, and then how can we specifically in our project focus on Indigenous communities. And there were 4 specific areas which we focused on, and it focused on like an intersectional approach to environmental justice. We talk about the use of regional and international civic space for Indigenous women, and especially Indigenous women and girls with disabilities. We also thought about the capacity building in using those spaces, which was very key, because we often found that a lot of communities or a lot of groups weren't aware of how to use certain mechanisms. ERA within itself is known as basically like the CEDAW mechanism. CEDAW mean the CEDAW organization, CEDAW being the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. And we often engage in that process, so we wanted to see within the context of environmental justice, or more specifically climate change and environmental degradation, how we could support that process. So this is also a big part of the project and how this research evolved. So within the project, there are 3 groups, and we work with one group in Malaysia, Nidwan in Nepal, and another group in the Philippines. And within this process, so the second phase of this process has been research specifically on Indigenous women, the heightened impacts of discrimination and violence, but within the context of climate change. So this year, the Philippines would have reported to CEDAW, Malaysia will be reporting next year, and Nepal hopefully in 2025. So we saw that in the way that we could structure the project specifically for CEDAW, specifically for policy change and intervention, would be through this specific research. And we often know that communities and these groups are underfunded. So we made a specific allocation for that, whether it was specifically CEDAW training. So we started out with training them specifically on CEDAW, and then giving them the opportunity to do their own one-on-one training within phase 2, along with the research to accompany that training. So in many ways, this research has been useful, even though sometimes people will talk about the expiry of data. In this case, we think that if there isn't data to start with, you can't fulfill recommendations specifically, say, for report writing. And so this is where this came in handy. And I remember like yesterday or so, the partners from Malaysia made a small joke. Maybe by the time they do get to report, that the data wouldn't be relevant. But the fact that data and the information is there. And as Pratima said, that oftentimes it isn't just that Indigenous people wouldn't have data, but Indigenous women and girls with disabilities, I think it is somewhat groundbreaking in this process. It also is important to under CEDAW, there's specific general recommendations, and there's General Recommendation 37 that focuses on climate change, and then General Recommendation 39, which is very recent, at focusing on the life and the rights of Indigenous women and girls. And I think that because of this work, it has, I guess, a better opportunity of being flagged under what governments aren't doing, what they need to do, even though in many cases we make the joke and say, and I will make the joke and say, governments don't often take out the recommendations of the UN Treaty Body System. However, at least communities are able to report that data, report that information that isn't often there. So I think that this process, the research, the information is very much necessary.
Thanks, Marissa. So, yep, research, information, data, and data is usually not irrelevant when it comes to people. So, I'll move on to Krishna, if it's fine. And so, Krishna, the question I have for you is, where does the Disability Rights Fund see the space for advancing the nexus of climate change and SRHR in relation to Indigenous women with disabilities?
Thank you, Manika. First of all, I would like to thank you, and I would also like to thank NIDWAN, the National Indigenous Disabled Women Association, Nepal, and my colleague Pratima for giving me this opportunity to speak on behalf of Disability Rights Fund. And just to let you know all that NIDWAN is also one of our current grantee in Nepal, but it is also not only the current grantee, it is one of the strategic partner for Disability Rights Fund, especially representing from the Indigenous women and girls with disabilities aspect. So when it comes to these research, especially the sharing of the findings that is being done in collaboration with AERO and ERA, both the Pratima, whatever she highlighted, is really very insightful. The findings that she has come up with, the NIDWAN has come up with. So when I need to say something about the Disability Rights Fund is currently working in primarily on two regions, focusing on Africa region and also as well as in Asia Pacific region. So these are the two regions that we are primarily working on currently, and then we are reaching out to the about 17 the organization of persons with disabilities. So within these OPDs also, definitely we only support to the OPDs, the organization of persons with disabilities. So in order to strengthen the partnership, and also DRF also has one of our strategic approach to focus on intersectional approach when we work with when we work with the organization of persons with disabilities. Therefore, we highly prioritize the organization persons with disabilities who are founded and led by women and girls with disabilities. So, the NIDWAN is one of the grantee member of our the whole the partners OPDs that whatever we have from the intersectional approach. So besides this, what I would like to share about this research, especially the findings, and then how we DRF especially sees is one of the findings shared by Pratima, especially highlighting the gaps that is still the people do have a very limited knowledge and awareness about the interlinkage between the climate change and SRHR, that how this is connected. And this is also the very lived experience for all of us while working at the grassroots level. When we work out with the OPDs, if I take the reference of my country, since we are working in Nepal, we are working with more than 14 OPDs currently. So when we see the list of the OPDs who are working on climate changes, very hardly we find it. So only out of the 14 OPDs, we have only one, that is NIDWAN, who is working on climate change. So the meaning is that the OPDs do not have still this awareness that how this climate change is impacting impacting the disability community as a whole. This is the one aspect. And another aspect is what I would like to highlight here is the whole disability rights movement is fully based on medical approach. They do only prioritize, they do only focused on the impairment based approach, which is absolutely wrong. Because the impairment is not just only the one identity for persons with disabilities to define everything, because beside the impairment, there are also other social identities that equally matters to them. For example, the issue lies with the indigenous women and girls with disabilities is the good evidence for it, because it is not just only the issue of impairment, but it is equally the issue of its identity from the indigenous community. But it is not just only the indigenous community, but it is also equally interlinked with the identity of gender aspect. So that's how we work the interlinkage, intersections of these overlapping identities, and that how it really pushed at the bottom of the society. So for the Disability Rights Fund, so that's how it says. And that's how we apply the intersectional approach when we work with this organization of persons with disability. That's why we do not prioritize especially the mainstreaming or the OPDs who are working at national or bigger network. Instead, we are diversifying our grant approach to reaching out to the most disadvantaged and underrepresented groups, that how we can mainstream their issue and agenda. So when it comes to the climate change agenda, Disability Rights Fund is thoroughly working out on the organizational strategy. How we take it is not just one type of issue that work for us Langas. Instead of that, we want to shift our working approach systematically. For that purpose, so we are under the process of coming up with the 5-year strategy. So this 5-year strategy is really prioritizing the climate agenda. Climate change agenda is one of our very prominent agenda to work on this disability agenda. So when I interlink these research findings with NID1, this is really a good opportunities that it is opening up with the evidences where we will have more opportunity in the future to work collaboratively. And that's all what I would really like to say right now. Thank you.
Thank you. We will move on to the second part of the panel before we go to the floor. So I think this question is same for all three panelists, but we'll start hearing from you, Pratima, is how can we build collective efforts for amplifying the most marginalized voices, and where do we start from? So we'll start with Pratima, and then Marissa, and then Krishna. Over to you, Pratima. Here.
So where do we start the conversation? I just wanted to highlight the major challenges. So the first challenges we face is the most marginalized and intersecting identity groups is about the structural barriers. And the structural barriers is the normative frameworks that we have, the existing normative frameworks at the international level and also at the national level. The second one is about the attitudinal barriers and the mindset of the people. The third one is also about lack of meaningful participation and engagement with the most marginalized groups. So with these three challenges, I would like to start that where do we begin the conversation is, since we work on the intersections of these multiple marginalized groups, I think we have to start the conversation by looking at these evidences, by listening to those stories. And those stories which are not yet integrated in the report. There are so many stories we have found during the field work. Not all the women with disabilities, not all indigenous women and girls with disabilities had an enabling space to share their stories. This clearly outlines that there is a gap. There is a gap. And for us, we have started with this research This research is a first step to open discussion within the private domain. So when I say private domain, there are so many things that is connected with the lives of indigenous women with disabilities. Many stories are unheard. Many stories do not make sense because access to justice becomes a very critical question to them, and they are not in a very safe and conducive environment to reflect their lived experiences when it comes to SRHR services. If you look at the data says that near about 3 to 4 times women and girls with disabilities face violence and abuse from their family members, and that happens in the private sphere. If you look very surface, the climate change impact has nothing to do with it. But if you look very minutely from SRHR perspectives, there are many things that are in silos and that are in silence. So I think we have to start looking at these silos and silences. So we need to start the conversation, and that conversation can only happen when you build a very safe and conducive environment. So I think the second step would be creating those spaces where women and girls with disabilities, indigenous women and girls with disabilities, can come and open their hearts and minds to us. That would be the second thing. The third thing that we want to really enhance is climate change agenda. SRHR agenda is really a sexy word, a sexy discourse for women with disabilities. When it comes to indigenous women, SRHR has nothing to do. None of the funders have started funding on this. None of the government have very much been sensitized on indigenous women's and girls' health. If you look at the health condition of indigenous women, it's terrible. The data shows that 80% of them in my country, they have the issues, they have the challenges related with SRHR services. And there are many, many other challenges that they have been facing. So building the capacity of those organizations, ensuring the meaningful participation of indigenous women and girls with disabilities, I think those are the areas that we need to start the conversation.
Okay. Building off of what Pratima said, I guess I will give more of a focus of how we as EUR work. We have a very bottom-up approach to our work, whereas we think it is first most important to address or to engage with communities, even though we work a lot at the global level. Because we do believe, especially within our environmental justice program, that the persons working on the ground, living the experiences and having the true realities of the impacts of climate change and environmental degradation are the experts of their lives, but also are the experts when it comes to solutions for climate action. So the way that we think of collective power is, yes, starting from the bottom up, but also in terms of having a very cross-movement, cross-issue, cross-regional approach. So within this specific project, what we have done is we've brought 3 partners together from the region. Only 3, yes, but we have seen the growth in the program to a point where we ourselves, even from the beginning, have been learning from these communities, whether it's specifically Nidwan, whether it's Kami, whether it's Lilac in the Philippines. We've been learning a lot because we brought them in or thought about the project in consultation with them, of course, about how they best can be the experts for themselves, how they can educate their communities, even if we support with building the initial capacity. So building that collective power in that sense, in terms of capacity building, education, etc., has been the root to our work, especially again in the AJ program. And then thinking about spaces like this. So I remember the first time when we had first been granted, we had come to COP, we had explored it, and I remember coming back and saying to my team, the partners need to be there. I don't need to be there unless they want me to be there to support, but the partners are the ones who need to be there, who need to share their stories, their experiences, who need to meet their country, you know, the parties when they can't meet them in country, but they can meet them at COP because you will pass them in the corridors, etc., or even, you know, on the walkway there, and that they're the persons who can more forcefully engage. And what I see is like some of the groups, or even all three of the partners, have made strides, and not just in spaces like this, but also at the very regional level. So being engaged with government, some persons actually sitting and chairing specific committees on environment and gender within their country context, it has been really impactful. And again, it always just teaches us as ERA in terms of how we can support, and we don't have to be the persons at the forefront, you know, saying, oh, this group wants this, or this specific community, these are their needs. Maybe yes, in a platform when they're not present, but giving them the opportunity also is aware to collectively move forward on the issue. And again, I've learned a lot from Need One. Before we thought of, when we were thinking about the project, it was more in the context of specific Indigenous people, but we wanted to bring Nidwan in because it was Indigenous women and girls living with disabilities, and I think that also has also contributed.
You have 1 more minute.
Okay, to the contributed, sorry, to the learning of the other partners involved. And I just wanted to mention too, when I said cross movement and also cross regional, in our final year we're thinking about doing a global convening and having that opportunity for, and the partners, as they know, I give them the onus to plan and everything, but thinking about how they can take it regionally, take their stories, their research and everything regionally, and then engage in a larger movement and regional engagement that then, you know, serves them in better interest than, say, like a ERA who will do the work, but they doing the work themselves is what is most important to us.
Let me share one bitter reality. As I said earlier, neither the organization of persons with disabilities are aware of this climate change agenda, nor the government, including other actors who are working on climate change, are, you know, considering the participation of the organization persons with disabilities and the representative organizations. So what I think is, when we talk about the climate change agenda or climate change, climate justice, we necessarily need to take a holistic approach. So we cannot advance against climate change agenda without everyone advancing together, including the women, Indigenous people, persons with disabilities, and all of whom are often overlooked and left behind in climate change, the solution. So, and particularly those living at the intersections, the Indigenous women and girls with disabilities. So let me share one of the fact, the research, according to the International Work Group for Indigenous Affairs, 22% of the first round of nationally determined contributions and the 38% of the second round had reference related to the Indigenous people. But the references are increasing. But almost no NDCs refer to a specific group of Indigenous people. Reference to Indigenous women, youth, and elders are very few. On Indigenous women, only Guatemala refers to them in the first round to the submission, and only Panama and Vietnam reference them in the second round of submission. So this is the fact that the research, the nationally determined contributions has shown it. And the report is there. This is from the Disability Inclusive Climate Action Research Program at McGill University and the International Disability Alliance, which was done in 2022. And this report, what it says is only 35 of 192 state parties to the Paris Agreement, that is 18% only, have referenced the persons with disabilities in their report. So in their the nationally determining contributions report, and they says. So and another research is also there, so especially by the UNFPA and Queen Mary University, that undertook a review and content analysis of NDC documents for 50 countries in 2021. So what this report says is, their findings is, reference to SRHR were identified in 6 NDCs, including reference to maternal mortality, access to family planning service, gender-based violence, and people living with HIV/AIDS. So we can see how marginal are these considerations by states, and the whole discussion that it is happening. So in this context, what I see is the information and awareness raising needs to reach to them, This is which is quite critical at the moment, and the evidences still it is very hard to convince the actors without having the solid evidences that how the climate change agenda is closely related with the persons with disability. So what I say is the research that is being done by NIDWAN with the support and with the partnership with ERO, and ERO has clearly given us a one opportunity to taking it forward, that we can show the actors, state actors and all the stakeholders that this is how the climate change agenda is directly relating to the persons with disabilities. And also we could loudly say that with evidence that how it is disproportionately affecting the persons with disabilities as a whole. That's all. Thank you now.
Thank you. Thank you, Krishna. Thank you, Marisa and Pratima. I know I had promised for questions and comments from the floor, but lovely Jamuna has reminded me that we are lacking in time. So we won't, unfortunately, go through that. But if you have any particular questions or comments that you'd like to discuss with our panelists, I'm sure they'll be more than happy to have a conversation with you as we are moving out of the space. So that is all we had for today. And I'd just like to remind you that both the reports, the one on the effects of climate change and the Indigenous women with disabilities in Nepal, and the one on amplifying voices of Indigenous women and girls on the nexus of SRHR and climate change in Nepal. Both those reports are up on NIDWAN's website, so please go and have a look at that. You can also stay in touch with NIDWAN if you have any questions or comments regarding those two reports, and their details are also on the website. So thank you very much for your time, and also making the journey of 2 floors on top here. And we hope to see you on the corridors in the next couple of days.
My name is Sani Chepang, and I am an Indigenous girl with a disability. I can still recall those green forest, babbling rivers around our Chiba Hill. We Chepang people are interconnected with our forest and natural resources, and have been dependent on these for our livelihood and traditional occupation. My family used to collect firewood, nettle leaf, mushroom, fern, roots and tubers, and I used to help cook them. We used to eat fresh organic food and everyone was healthy. But today, due to the lack of tubers, decreasing productive land and converting our land into community forest, we are facing food scarcity and are forced to starve for more than 6 months. My father recalls how our surroundings have changed and increased problems in these 10 to 20 years. I feel the same. Few years ago, I used to fetch water myself, but now, with the water sources dried up, I cannot drink plenty of water and maintain my personal hygiene during my menstruation. As a result, I am facing additional health issues. Earlier, we had wild herbs as medicines. We used herbs like snail, samayo, salmirsi, datamasi, satua, and pach auli. However, these are not available these days. We are prohibited to go to our own forest. I have to go to a distant health post when I get sick. My father has to carry me on his back, which makes me uneasy and humiliated. I recall those days when we used to have easy access to herbs. The current development actions, road expansions, and disasters have aggravated our problems to risk and vulnerability. Last year, during landslide, my house got swept away and my crutches got buried, and I had no idea how to protect myself. Thus, I could not escape. My family members helped me, and I survived. We had to stay under an open sky with other peoples for many days. In that crisis, I suffered badly because of the unsafe, inaccessible environment, lack of medicine, and sanitation facilities. Analyzing all these changes, though we have been conserving our Mother Earth and forests through our traditional practices, why are we in the front line of the disaster? Now I understand the climate change impacts while studying. All living beings on the earth are affected from climate change. Among them, women, indigenous people, persons with disabilities are more affected. For these, there should be awareness on disability inclusive climate policy, integrating the problems faced by marginalized groups. I now understand we are the right holders, and we must collectively amplify our voices and share our lived experiences at the climate change conference through meaningful participation. We demand all member states, concerned stakeholders, civil society organizations, indigenous people, women, and organizations of persons with disabilities should listen our voices and urge to implement policies at all levels.
Okay. So take your seat. Your seat, Sarah.
Can you please film the opening for me on my phone? But you'll be sitting and listening.
You want me from the side? I can from the side.
Okay, I'll get someone else then. Thanks for nothing.
So what, we do it right here?
Mm-hmm. So I'll do my little bit. And then once I finish, you start talking and I'll walk around with the sticks and... Okay. If that's all right?
Yeah.
And you wrap it up.
A posição dos povos indígenas a nível de acordos globais aí da conferência sobre mudanças climáticas.
Hello? Hello, can you hear us? Okay, perfect. We will start the event that we have prepared for today, for tonight already. So we would like to let you know that there's interpretation. So bring your equipment for the translation because we're gonna have a sister speaking in Portuguese. So we have the interpretation. Make sure to have it to catch the messages from the youth. So in a couple of minutes, we're gonna start this event. It's the official launching of the International Indigenous Youth Forum on Climate Change. We are gonna have here all the delegates from the 7 sociocultural regions who are here representing their regions, of course, and also the communities they come from. So let's wait for the ones who are taking the equipment. Let us know when you are ready. And so we will start first with a prayer, because for us it's really important to keep the traditional knowledge that our ancestors, our elders from our communities give to us. Without a prayer, it's like not having the sense of our communities. And having here in the floor with us, we have our brothers from the Pacific and North America. So they will start in
just some seconds. Okay, are you ready, guys? Okay, let's hear the prayer. Please be attentive.
So I'm going to start this off. In my language, the Nyungar language. And while I'm speaking, I'm going to be calling on my spirits from my home. And so while I'm doing that, I want you to think about the good spirits from your homes, the ancestors that came before us, so that we can summon them to help us as we fight the fight that we're fighting. Yambayan, malapin mo, malapin mo, malapin piburing, malapin puja, Hey, panere kamalal na, mangal, yalur, hey, balapin alaking kadaka, kain bilya yera, yeranging. Kain bilya ngarda. Kain bilya kwaling, kokaya kwaling. Hey. So I call on all of those spirits to hold us in the way in which they were held, to bring us into that oneness and allow that river, that one river, to flow through us from the stars to the sky, to the rivers, to the ground, through our minds, through our throats, our tongues, our hearts, our boya, our gut, all the way down to these feet that hold us balanced as we stand up proud and strong, fighting the fights that we fight. Hey, yalur.
Ayo wapas tutoki. Lemnum ti timkhulaw. Lemnum ti timich. Lemnum ti sis auses. Lemnum ti snaksuk. Lemnum ti suk. Choikala sis auses. Poch support eketa pix. Ik sukapi.
Dabakan Koli. Travel slowly as we traverse these spaces. Because when we travel slowly, we can enjoy these steps and analyze what's in front of us. Because there's a lot of smoke, there's a lot of mirrors in these spaces. There's a lot of agendas that go against the agendas of all of those ancestors that made us who we are today. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, brothers. I have to adjust the mic because they are so tall. We are really happy to let you know that we are here. Indigenous here is represented by all these strong brothers and sisters from all the 7 sociocultural regions. And you might be asking why we have to be here in this kind of spaces. Youth should be enjoying life. Youth should be in their territories with their families, learning from their elders, but here we are. It's because our territories are being affected by climate change. And the new generation has to take these spaces to talk about what's affecting us. Because if not us, who's going to talk on our behalf? We are in the front lines, and we have to defend our territories in the way our ancestors help us and teach us
to protect. So we were wondering around and having this kind of questions for a long time before coming here to COP. And maybe some people will say that COP is the only space to do advocacy for indigenous peoples on climate change. But it's actually not. We are fighting in our territories, but we are also on some spaces like the SBs, that is the preparatory meetings in Bonn, and we are taking those spaces for us to also congregate people, to congregate indigenous youth, to be active on this climate fight. And we started to plan with the big caucus, we said, with the International Indigenous Peoples Forum on Climate Change. We just changed it a little bit when we proposed it to have this small caucus, the mini caucus, because there was not a safe space for indigenous youth inside the UNFCCC processes. And we came here with the idea of launching this safe space for indigenous youth, because only indigenous youth know the problems and the issues that we are facing in this kind of spaces. That's why we are here, to also promote trainings for indigenous youth, to be the new climate negotiators for indigenous peoples, because we already have the capacity to do this. Before we weren't able to do that, they said, because we didn't have studies, we didn't go to college, but now because of our parents and grandparents, we have access to education, to good education. We are professionals, we have our careers, and that's the reason that we are here, trying to do influence inside these spaces, but also in our communities and in national levels with our governments. So I would like to introduce some of my strong sisters here, because as you can see, there's just girls here, and they are very strong, brave to come here all the way from their territories. And I'll let the floor first to Alumita, who is representing the Pacific region. Please, Alumita.
Thank you, Sami. And thank you for having me today as part of this forum. Firstly, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to this event, and I would also like to welcome my Pacific sisters and brothers inside this room. Having the Pacific voice in this forum is really crucial, because we do have a lot of indigenous people in our home, and this space is basically where our indigenous youth voice from back at home will be heard. And not only that, but also it's an inclusivity and interconnectedness of us as indigenous people, sharing our rights into this space, and also the knowledge systems that we have. As young indigenous people, this is also a space for us to actually learn and also deliver the continuity that we have in this climate change space, because we are the future for the sustainability of climate change. In this, I would also like to conclude and give my full support on this Indigenous Youth Forum launch. Thank you very much.
I think we are a little bit down, so can you clap for Alumita and for all of us who are here? Thank you, because indigenous peoples, we also fight with a big laugh, with also dances, with songs, because we enjoy life despite all the issues we're facing. And that's the reason why I would like to bring here to the stage to my sister, Sarah, who is from the north. So please come, Sarah.
Thank you for having me, Maho. Bojo Anin, Sarah Indigenous, Thunder Bay and Donjaba. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Hansen, and I come from Thunder Bay. My Indigenous community is called Bigdagon Neshna Beg, and we are actually the Indigenous clean energy leaders in Canada. My community has co-owned our hydro plants on our land since the early 2000s. We are the first community in Canada to do this. But despite that clean energy champion name, my community still faces a lot of health and mental health problems, especially because of the fast-paced colonization continues to force on us to develop and to heal. Last year, I was able to fundraise some money and to start an Indigenous youth organization that's called Minnow Bamadzwin Campaign, and that's just a call to action for Indigenous youth globally to live the good life, because that's what Minnow Bamadzwin means. It's our pathway in Anishinaabe cultures, and for the last 2 years, I've been working on meeting Indigenous youth, meeting Maho and all of the other organizers of the Indigenous People's Caucus here at COP. I've been working with them and supporting them and just note-taking and learning from them. And through all of the time that I've had in this space, it's become a community to me. It's become family. And Maho is my sister. Onal, who's been around the Pavilion, is also my brother. And these people who look similar to who I grew up with, maybe a little shorter, but are just as loud and funny and joyous and continue to do this work despite how hard it is, are the people who understand what climate change is really about and how it impacts communities directly. Indigenous peoples are not a local people. Indigenous is not a local term. We all come from different communities. I'm Anishinaabe, but that is only my story. Indigenous peoples need to be globalized because that is a global term. And for youth to formalize in this way, I'm so excited to see what we can come up with over the next few years and how strong we can come together and how we can focus on bringing in more youth, because that's what's really needed in this space is more of us so that we can continue to do this hard work, but also continue to learn from our elders who've been here since Rio and who've been here since the beginning even of the UN. Willie Littlechild is from North America, and he was the first Indigenous person to come into the UN space. And these stories are stories that the UN don't like to tell, and that's why we're here, and that's why we're formalizing in this way, so we can continue to hold that knowledge and to ensure that states globally are listening to us. These policies that we talk about here, they affect us first, and especially in the global north, in North America, but also in Europe, we don't qualify for a lot of the funds, like the Loss and Damage Fund, because we're from a global north country where it's developed. But the reality in North America is that a lot of communities are living in third world conditions. They don't have clean drinking water. They don't have housing. And on top of that, we deal with climate change on the regular. We deal with both winters and summers, and they're extreme and they're getting worse. And that's why we need to come together as global Indigenous youth and work together so that our stories can be interconnected and that everyone can understand Indigenous peoples are facing the worst of climate change, but we're also the leaders. Indigenous peoples protect 80% of the world's biodiversity, despite only being less than 5% of the world's population. And when you add in youth to that, we're probably less than 1% again, or a little bit more, because youth are growing, but we need more of us here so that we can continue to take up space and to take decision-making tables uncomfortable, because that's how we make change. So I want to thank Maho for inviting me, and I want to express my gratitude to all the Indigenous youth who continue to come to COP, because it's a hard space, but together we can get through it. Thank you.
I'm so touched because
these words are what we felt when we were creating this new platform for Indigenous youth, because we need a safe space for all of us. And mainly because we feel like we are not being represented in other youth spaces, because the specific things that Indigenous youth face is different. Sarah already said a lot of things, a lot of problems that we face. But we are really, really happy to have this space, because we know all together we can build something that is really strong. And that's why I also want to introduce my sister from Africa. I love her name. I think we were really close when the first time we met, because that's what we see here. A little bit of hope, faith. Faith is here with us, so come to the mic, please.
Thank you very much, Maho, and all the Indigenous youth. Again, my name is Faith Natai, and I'm from Kenya, and I work with the Indigenous Information Network at its community-based organization called Ororukoti Resource and Knowledge Center. And at the same time, I also coordinate a youth group called Ororukoti Youth Association that works with Indigenous youth in my community and in other communities that we work with in Kenya. And I'm really proud of the work that we are all doing here today. And I think we still have space to learn from our elders. We're coming into a space that we have to read, we have to write, we have to learn from those that have come before us, and also to remember to also learn from our communities and from also our elders back home. There's so many things I have learned from them that's about climate change, biodiversity, conservation. And one thing that is obvious is it is important that we continue to care for nature, and we continue to practice the traditional ways that we have always been doing in nurturing and taking care of our environment, and ensure that we do not distract it, and to promote our traditional knowledge on monitoring and evaluation, and also to monitor the environmental changes that are happening in our communities. The youth are not just the future, we're already here, so we're also the present. So as an Indigenous youth, our engagement is very important to be enhanced at all levels, not just at our own community levels with the work that we're doing, but also at the national and international levels and in spaces like this. And this can be done by strengthening the agency of youth involvement and our institutions back home, to ensure that our institutions are strengthened, and providing capacity and access to spaces such as this. And also that involves also funding Indigenous youth to come to such spaces, because that's been very hard for all of us. In every COP, we're always saying that we want to increase youth participation, and we still recognize that that involves financing and ensuring that they have the hotel, they have accommodation, they have per diem, they can attend, and they can talk about their issues here in these spaces. And to also ensure that we continue to support intergenerational learning and exchanges at these different levels. And we have started already our work at the local level, and we count on everyone's support to do this at the international level as well. So having these spaces to share our ideas and to inform climate policies is really important, and we appreciate everyone that's holding our hand, that's sharing their knowledge, that is making sure that we are able to fully and effectively participate in these spaces today. So thank you very much, Maho, as well, for bringing all the youth together and making sure that we are able to learn from each other. And that we are very grateful. Thank you very much.
Faith has touched base on one of the issues that we have to face to come here. First, funding. Funding for Indigenous peoples in general, it's very, very difficult to get here to COP. And also to the other spaces that I already told you, for example, Born, or the climate weeks that are doing by regions. So it's very difficult for us, and it's even more difficult for Indigenous youth, to get those funds because, in this system, in this world system, adults don't trust in the same way to youth, but in our communities, we are all interconnected. That's why the Indigenous Caucus, the main caucus here, accepted that proposal to work as Indigenous Youth Caucus. So one of the things that I also wanted to let you know is that we have been breaking barriers of language. First, English is not our first language for all of us. It's maybe the second or the third language that we have learned. But actually, here there are some Indigenous youth who are also participating in English is not the first language. And we, last year at COP also, we tried to promote the inclusion, at least in these conversations within Indigenous peoples, to have interpretation for Portuguese. Because in Brazil, we have a large number of Indigenous peoples, and they are coming here every year to advocate for their lands. So right now, I would like to introduce our sister from Brazil, who's also representing the LAC region, and she's here, and she will speak in Portuguese. So please, if you don't have your equipment for translation, go with our brothers who are helping us with the equipment. So let's wait a little bit. It's gonna take some minutes, maybe 1, 2. Please be sure to get your equipment, because as you can see, we are delivering really good messages. And if you can see our panel, it's just girls. Maybe it's the reason why we are here, because we are very powerful girls. Yes. We are. Okay, so make sure you have the interpretation. Our sister is gonna talk. Let us know if you are ready. Please. Okay, we are gonna start.
Caimen Anal. Bom, primeiramente eu perguntei como vocês estão. Nós, povos indígenas, nós não falamos boa noite, bom dia e nem boa noite, né? Bom dia, boa tarde. Nós falamos como você está, porque é uma forma de a gente se cumprimentar como irmãos, como parente, como família. E eu gostaria de fazer um canto para registrar a presença dos povos indígenas com o urucum, que é na minha língua materna do povo Apixana. Eu vou cantar só uma parte porque ela é muito longa. Kibiwidiu atumão atandikiani kuku naukadus kapan kuku naukadus kapan kuku naukadus kapan. Esse é um canto da língua apixana que fala sobre a nossa pintura com o genipapo. E eu vim toda pintada porque essa é a minha essência jovem, a minha essência indígena. E, desculpa. E assim, nós, jovens indígenas, nós estamos na luta todos os dias, dentro do território, no nosso país, no Brasil. E nós enfrentamos muitas barreiras para estar também nesse espaço. E quando a gente fala de território, é algo sagrado para a gente. E os nossos territórios eles estão sendo violados todos os dias. E essa crise climática ela vem afetando diretamente o nosso povo, não somente os povos indígenas, mas como toda a sociedade. E a gente está aqui para mostrar também que nós somos as soluções, os povos indígenas. E a gente tem muito a aprender com os nossos ancestrais, com as nossas lideranças tradicionais. E hoje esse espaço da juventude dentro da caucus indígena é um espaço de conquista, porque, com certeza, os mais velhos, eles acreditam na gente, os nossos avós, os nossos pais, E eu digo isso porque a juventude tem dado um grande passo. Quando antes nós não podíamos falar, às vezes éramos impedidos de estar em reunião das lideranças mais velhas. Hoje nós temos a oportunidade de falar e mostrar para as lideranças que nós somos também um braço direito deles e falar que a gente está aqui, nós vamos caminhar juntos, nós vamos lutar juntos, porque nós também somos vocês e vocês são a gente. E a gente quer repassar isso também para as crianças, né? Porque eles também estão na luta. Quando a gente vê lutando pelo nosso território, as mães levam seus filhos. E os filhos, eles vão repassando de geração para geração. Os jovens vão passando conhecimento para outros jovens. E essa é a nossa essência, como jovem indígena, de querer passar o conhecimento para outros jovens, para que eles possam também estar na luta junto com a gente. E quando se fala vamos lutar pela natureza, vamos lutar pela Mãe Terra, a gente está falando do coletivo. Não é algo individual, é algo coletivo que o nosso povo busca melhorar cada dia. E hoje, esse espaço da juventude dentro da COP, principalmente para os jovens indígenas, é um espaço de oportunidades, de a gente mostrar quem nós somos e não de mostrar para eles quem eles querem que a gente seja. Porque a gente já tem a nossa essência, a gente não precisa que eles esclareçam quem nós somos, porque a gente sabe o que a gente tem que fazer dentro do território. E a gente precisa ser ouvido, porque a gente tem, sim, soluções dentro do nosso território, porque a gente já trabalha com o nosso povo de uma forma diferente. Não é da forma que eles querem que a gente trabalhe, porque a gente já vem aprendendo com os nossos avós. E é isso que eu quero repassar para cada um que está aqui, seja jovem, seja adulto, que todos nós temos uma essência, e essa essência ela nunca pode ser perdida, seja indígena, seja não indígena. Então, jovens, que esse espaço que está sendo conquistado aqui da juventude indígena internacional, ele não venha a ser um espaço apenas para falas ou para palco, mas que ele seja um espaço que realmente dê a voz para a juventude e mostrar quem a juventude indígena é, a juventude indígena global. Seja ele de qual região for, eu quero me sentir representada por cada jovem que vir falar aqui na frente sobre o seu povo, sobre o seu território. Então, essa é a minha fala como jovem indígena da América Latina e Caribe. Obrigada. Caimeno Manauana.
It's so powerful when we have the space and we let us feel, because sometimes in these spaces we have to be strong, because otherwise they are gonna say we are just people who feel a lot, and they don't like that. But we actually feel, and that's why we are here, because we have fire in our hearts, because we want to fight. We want to fight against the system that it's invisibilizing us. And also I would like to invite another sister who started this journey, because it's been a journey to try to get this space for Indigenous youth. And here she is. She's Asami from Asia. Please come, Asami.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Asami. I am from the Ikalahan Kalanguya Indigenous Cultural Community in the Northern Philippines. And I am very privileged to be part of the few Indigenous youth who were present in SB 58 at Bonn, who decided to come up and present a concept note to the elders. And I am one of them in expressing our gratitude to the whole IP caucus, to our elders who expressed their sincere support and their excitement when we presented ourselves to them. When I first came to SB 58, my first question was, where are the youth? I attended the pre-SB IP caucus meeting, and I see that there are a lot of youth, but no one is convening us. No one is telling us that come. Indigenous youth, come and let us meet together. Let us help one another understand this complex system called the UNFCCC. No one asked us to gather. I meandered my own way for 1 week without really understanding what is happening in this space. I was confused. I did not know the terms. What are CMA? What are NDCs? What is Article 6? I really did not understand. So what I did is I approached the elders and I asked them, what are these things? The Indigenous Peoples Caucus elders are very kind and very generous. When Indigenous youth would come to them, they would generously share their wisdom. They would generously share and bring us together to the meetings, to the halls where they talk to negotiators and lobby for the Indigenous people's agenda. On the second week of SB, some of our Latin American friends were there and they asked me, like, can you come and join us? Because I think this is the time and space for us to gather and organize ourselves and formalize a space for Indigenous youth who are engaging in the UNFCCC process to come together and show ourselves to the elder and tell them that we want to learn and we are here to help. We were nervous when we presented the concept note to the IP caucus. 5 of us read the concept note to the caucus, and a lot of our brothers and sisters came to our back to show support. We can easily be denied by our elders. They can easily say, no, you can't do that. And there is no IIYFCC. But we were met with love, we were met with excitement, and we were met with acceptance. I know and I believe that even though some of our elders cannot come and join us in our launching, they are here with us in spirit. This morning, I was fortunate to walk with our co-chair Hindu from the entrance up to the IP caucus meeting. And I told her that today we're going to launch the IIYFCC. She was so excited. She told me, she was like, be sure to announce at the caucus this morning that we are going to launch the IIYFCC. They are fully supporting us. Grace is really fully supporting the IIYFCC. Lola has been there with us during our bilateral meeting with the youth champion, with the Office of the Youth Champion in Bonn. We can see that our elders are behind us. Not just behind us, but before us. Because what we're doing, establishing the IIYFCC or formalizing the IIYFCC is nothing but inclusion. We are asserting and we are ensuring that the Indigenous youth who are participating in the UNFCCC will have a meaningful participation with the IP caucus through the IIYFCC. So maybe some of us are asking, what is that IIYFCC? How is it related to IIPFCC? There are so many I and there are so many Cs. So the IIYFCC, or the International Indigenous Youth Forum on Climate Change, is a space for convening. It is not an organization. It is not a hierarchy. And it's a space where Indigenous youth who are in the process or engaging in the process of UNFCCC can gather together, can share experiences, share ideas, and amplify the voices of the youth. I know that I am very much aware that in the UNFCCC process, the voice of the youth through our colleagues from the Yango is very strong, and we thank them for that. But we should also include and make sure that the voices of Indigenous youth are included in these spaces. That's why we have the IIYFCC. And thank you so much, guys, for joining us as we launch this meaningful and very milestone, like what our sister said a while ago, a milestone of a step for Indigenous youth, for the empowerment of Indigenous youth in this space called UNFCCC. Thank you very much.
Oh, and this reminds me why we decided to be at the last event in the Pavilion, because we wanted to have like a space for all youth. But unfortunately, another thing that Indigenous peoples are facing here is that we don't have enough budgets for our delegates, and some badges are like very limited from day 1 to day 3 or something like that. It depends on the organization, on the organizations that are funding indigenous peoples. And unfortunately, we had a DJ to set a music from indigenous peoples here, but he didn't get the badge to come here today. So I would like also to let you know that that was the reason that we were going to do at night, because we wanted to have some music to the stress of the very long day, because we are also following the negotiations. Almida, are you also part of the national delegation, right? So let's give a round of applause to Almida, because she's already in the government trying to amplify the voices of indigenous youth, indigenous women. And we have, that's our goal here, indigenous youth to take those kind of spaces to do a better work for indigenous peoples. And you can see that there's just 5 of the regions here right now, but we also had another event promoted by the UNFCCC Secretariat. It was a roundtable for indigenous youth and the knowledge holders. It extended a little bit more because of translating issues. So the other regions were about to come, but I don't think they are here yet. So we are missing our region from the Arctic and Russia. We would like to let you know that we are also working with these regions. They are not here just because of that event, but they will come and they will be here with us working together to strengthen the process of the indigenous youth in the International Indigenous Youth Forum on Climate Change. So I would like also to open the floor to anyone who can, who wanna share a little bit more about what you think about this platform. Maybe a youth who would like to talk on the behalf or of their community, because this space is open. If you are here for the first time, I mean in a COP, I know it's very difficult. We know it's very difficult. And maybe some questions, some doubts. I'll open the floor to anyone who would like to speak. Okay. Come to the stage first. Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you very much for the floor. Yeah, it's good actually to know about the launching of International Indigenous Youth Forum on Climate Change, and also to meet all the youths that comes from across the world. For me, it's the first time actually in the COP. So I am really happy in the room that the youths and then also the knowledge holder, the programs, the youth I found is actively engaged in different groups, and then they articulated nicely actually how they want to engage in the process of this. And as you mentioned, I would say that this is one of the mechanisms that youth can be engaged in future. And today also in different forum we talk how in future we can increase the number of the indigenous youths in the mechanism and process. So my role actually in Asia, I facilitate the work of the indigenous youth. So we have actually youth network, Asia Indigenous Youth Platform. So here is the president, Mr. Net from Philippines, and also the youth representative in the Asia Indigenous People Pact. Here is Chandra Tripura from Bangladesh. So I don't know the process here is it the individual, the member that here, or the representatives from the organizations? So in future, this is just my request. So if the person who engaged in the process, so if from the organization is very good to have the work in organized way, yeah, and communication is also the move faster. But if only from the individual, so we don't know actually from who is organization and how to actually communicate. Even that this is here also the event to attend, I also face many challenges, but I need to stick to the persons when it is happening and how. And then no one is following us, no one's also drawing our attention to join. Then we are the one that need to follow and stick to the person. So those are actually, we talk the inclusion and then everything, yeah, then we talk. But if it is not happening in the action, so it's also not good. In future, I think it's better to communicate with the youth organization in Asia, yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uncle Charu. I call him Uncle Charu as a sign of my respect. Thank you, Uncle Charu, for that wonderful question. I will give a brief background of what the UNFCCC is, who comes here, and then the IIPFCC, and then the IIYFCC. The UNFCCC is a state-driven process. It means that the ones who are the main actors here are the state. And the UNFCCC process recognize 9 constituencies. These are non-state actors. They do not belong to state or government, but they are given space, not as much space as the governments or the parties. And we can engage, we can lobby, we are given space during the opening and in the closing statements. We are given space in meetings, like the meetings in GST or in Article 6, to give our input. We can also send our submission as non-state actors. One of those constituencies that are recognized is the Indigenous Peoples Organization, or the IPOs. And the formal name of the IPO here, or the IP caucus here in the UNFCCC, is the IIPFCC. Now, the IIPFCC is not an organization. It's not the hierarchy of all organizations or IP organizations. Like, it's not the international and then there's the region. It's not a hierarchy. It's a caucus, which means that anyone who is here in the UNFCCC process, any Indigenous Peoples Organization present here at COP is the member of the caucus. There is no membership form. There's no membership fee even. But the only requirement is for you to show up. Show up in the caucus. Give your ideas. Volunteer for working groups. And tell them, amplify what is happening in your region or in your community or in your national organization. So this caucus is a space of convening. So it's a space for us to meet and to decide, to discuss, and to organize ourselves and do volunteer and lobby to negotiate with the state actors or the governments that are here. So just like the IIPFCC, the IIYFCC is the same. It's a caucus. So just like a caucus, anyone who shows up in the meeting is a part of that caucus. There is no membership. There is no mandatory fees for you to be there. But the only thing for you to do is to show up. And that is the caucus. And one thing that we also want to amplify as the IIYFCC is to increase the participation of Indigenous youth coming from our different regions so that more voices of Indigenous youth are being heard in this space and also are amplified in the IP caucus. I hope I answered your question, Uncle Charo.
Thank you, Asami. And if you have any other questions, doubts, or how to get involved here, let us know. We are all here to build this process all together. And I would like to say thank you to all of you that make a space in your agendas. Come here at the end of a long day. I know we are following a lot of negotiations, having our side events, but at the end of the day, the Indigenous Pavilion is always going to be our safe space. And for Indigenous youth, let's talk with us. I would like also to invite all of you to take a picture all together because it's time to go home. The pavilion, it's our home, but we cannot stay here. We cannot sleep here. at least you are sleeping in the couches there. They are very comfortable. So now I would like to give a round of applause to our sisters who are in the panel. And we'd like to thank you again for your presence here, and would like us to go to the to that space to take a group photo so we can have our first memory of the IIY FCC, the International Indigenous Youth Forum on Climate Change. So thank you so much, and let's go there. Thank you.